Well, this is certainly off to a start. I get a warning from sound alerts that things might be broken. I forgot to turn the crowd control extension off until a second ago. The model wasn't talking properly, so I had to fix that, and that's only half fixed. But hey, everybody, we're here to play an automation game. Hooray! I get to do something I enjoy doing, as long as it works. At the rate everything else is breaking, we'll see whether this actually functions at all. It worked out fine in testing, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay working. We'll have to find that one out as we go. Pod's launching fine, everything's landing. Freaking out slightly, which it didn't do in testing, but that's unsurprising.
Your facility management artificial intelligence. This resource-rich moon has been selected for the Foundry initiative with the goal of converting it into a manufacturing hub. Construction work has already started, and many teams, just like us, have been deployed with their...
I see so much construction work has started here, yes.
...is to establish mining and smelting operations to ensure a steady supply of essential metals. My goal is to assist you in setting up this factory. Let's run a few basic checks before we get started.
Okay, so cacti give me biomass just like a tree would. Makes sense. Biomass I know is going to be important from the little bit of testing I did, and, you know, obviously that's going to be your fuel source even if you didn't know anything about anything. Is what else are you going to use to make heat? Now, do these work the same way? They sure do. And I know I'm supposed to open the map and do a bunch of things to unlock features. Just give me a minute to clean up around me a little bit, because we're gonna need some material anyway. This will save me time in the future. There we go. So want me to look at the map? You can yell at me some more.
There are several ore patches in the vicinity. Equip your ore scanner from the inventory and use it to locate the ore patches.
This is a decent map. Like, it gives you all of the information you need immediately. Like, obviously, you know where water is, you know where various terrain types are. I assume that's a mountain range up there, or in the gray. Might just be stone, but it's possible it's mountain ranges. Bloop.
To get started, approach both of the ore patches and mine some ore.
Well, gee, where could that ore patch have been? This one's actually something that was decent with the scanner for, because it was behind some rocks, but that one was quite literally on top of our head. I also love how they specifically are like, hey, Xenoferrite is the brown one, Technum is the blue one. Go make sure to get the brown and the blue ones. You're going to need them. As you can see, you can move pretty quick, too. No stamina to worry about because you're a robot. Just zoom wherever you wish. Now, theoretically, I've fixed the issue with sound alerts that you may or may not be seeing in the chat right now. Because I logged in and checked the effects and everything.
We need to smelt it into plates and rods. Go back to your drop pod and use the built-in smelters to create your first crafting materials.
Use the magic touch screen to take all of the things out of my inventory and have them do their job. While we wait for that to do its thing, we may as well grab more, because let's be real, we're gonna need more. We always need more. Production waits for no one. Okay. The fact that we're getting seeds tells me we can actually replant these things. Whether we can replant them in the world or if we replant them in some kind of planter box, I don't know yet. But either way, that's good information to have.
materials available, we should start crafting building blocks which act as a foundation for other buildings. To do so, you need to open the crafting menu and click the desired items.
What do you know? I don't have enough to make the thing you told me to, even though I made the amount you told me to make. There we go. It's almost like this is why I said we were going to need more or something. Wild concept, I know, seeing the future, but here we are. Now, when I did the testing, I put the platform on the blue stuff. Turns out you really want it to be on the xenoferrite over here more, because a lot more of what you're going to be doing early on uses the xenoferrite. Now, if this stuff could just go away, that'd be great. If I have to, I'll just shove you out of my way. Piss off, blocks. There we go. I had a very interesting issue when I first started this up, by the way. Turns out, until you follow the steps to be allowed to craft things, you can't even open the crafting menu. So initially, I thought the game was bugged and was not letting me open the crafting menu.
To automate ore extraction, we need to set up a drone miner. Craft one and place it on top of your foundation, right next to the ore patch.
Good thing I queued up a lot of extras. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Because these games always ask you to make a bunch of different things as a series of steps. So, this is why you build extra. That and, you know, always build extra anyway. You can never have too much material. Unless you can't store it, in which case, make more storage so that you can maintain more of it. I fucked up. I didn't want that. Thankfully, you can just easily cancel them. Oh, and this isn't in range of the blocks. Really, that's not actually close enough, huh? I mean, they did say on top of it. Then why did you allow me to place it here if this isn't on top of it enough, game? Why are you like this? Thankfully, demolishing things is easy. We'll just move it over slightly so that the game is happier. Here, you know what? In fact, we will put it quite literally on top of it. How do you like that idea, game? You appreciate the idea of being literally on top of it? Instead of incredibly close so I had room to expand it?
Drone miners and most other buildings require power to function. Let's build a biomass generator on the same foundation as the drone miner. Once built, you need to harvest some plants and trees with your mining drill to collect biomass. Insert the biomass into the generator and it will start to power all buildings on the same foundation as the generator.
If it does the whole foundation, we can just go ahead and put it on the corner here then. It won't interfere with anything. I need you in there. There we go. I have to hit the button and then I can auto drop it in there.
Aren't they beautiful? Anyways, we need to get going. Let's
Go forth, my minions. I need more plates, but I think I had enough extra plates cooking to finish this job. We'll find out. I sure did. Preparation is key. Now, placing them side by side like this is probably not going to be ideal, and you'll understand why I say that here in a minute when it tells us the next step. It's a little bit different from most games of this type.
More efficient than the inbuilt drop pod smelter, so you should start using this from now on. Another benefit is that we can automate the smelters to make our life easier. For this, you need to connect the drone miner to a smelter by using loaders and conveyor belts.
Can I? No,
Please
it's out
go
of
ahead and connect
4
them
anyway.
while I'm notifying mission command on our progress.
I was gonna take the ore back and put it in the
failure.
more efficient one.
Curiously, I find myself unable to make contact with mission command.
Well, that's
It could be a
unfortunate.
technical anomaly. I shall persist in my attempts.
I'm sure it's fine. Mission control doesn't need to know everything we're doing. It'll be okay. I'm a big, brave robot. I can do all of the work myself. They were gonna ask me to do all of the work myself anyway, I'm sure. Yeah, you'll notice these big loaders are what we use to get things in and out of a machine. So having these side by side really makes it impossible to properly use that. I want those. There we go. But we just need a handful more conveyors and then this thing will start doing its job. There we go. It deploys it over there, it picks it up, and off it goes. I could set up an output for it, but right now there's really not much point because we don't have it going to anything. It's just going to be going to my pocket, and I could build a box for it to go into or something, but I don't know what the storage cap on this machine is, and I kind of want to know what the answer to that question is before I worry about such things. And now it wants me to build an arbitrary amount of conveyors, which are going to be useful eventually anyway, but it just feels kind of silly for it to be telling me to make a very specific amount. And we are building up a lot of this stuff in here, so I'm going to still use the other smelter for now just to speed things along. I don't know how much of a loss we're taking by doing that, but I really can't find it in myself to care here at the moment. Speed is more important to me than efficiency at the moment. And it honestly is very frequently the case for me. So if you're looking for somebody who's going to be doing everything in the perfect ratios and perfect mathematics, run away screaming now, because it's going to only get worse. This is your only warning.
You have the machines necessary to connect the drone miner to the smelter. Now, attach a loader to each machine and connect them with conveyor belts.
Already did that.
After you are done, you should build more smelters and have them produce enough metal plates and rods to fulfill our mission.
See, here's where you're...
Speaking of which, the mission control link remains non-responsive. Our objective is near completion and immediate guidance from mission command is required.
These directions don't make sense at this stage of things, because it's like, we need you to add more smelters, but we're not going to tell you to build a platform big enough for that. Like, obviously, you would assume you'd need a larger platform to begin with, but it's just strange that they specifically tell you a size, and then immediately jump past that size. I do appreciate, though, that it looks like we're not going to have to worry as much about splitters as we do in a lot of these types of games, because it looks like we can just go past this point and just keep going this way, and build the whole smelter line that way. So that's relatively convenient. Keyword to that being relatively. I feel like there's going to be different issues that come into play from this, but we'll cross those bridges when we come to them. There we go. Enough room for at least one more of those smelters. There's going to be a lot of cross that bridge when we come to it at the moment because of just the simple fact that we don't have an excess of resources at the moment. Otherwise, I'd be making redundant amounts of everything. Now, you'll notice that I have 5 tabs worth of bar down there. By default, it gives you 3, but I saw that there was an option to give myself a couple more. So I went ahead and gave myself 2 more bars. I think it goes up to like 10 hot bars worth of space, and I'm just like, that's too much. I'm not gonna need that many. If I'm carrying that many things in active use at all times like that, this is going to get way out of hand fast. And I'm just not here for that right now. But make a bunch of building blocks, a bunch of conveyors, and then make the 2 loaders that I need. I'm gonna need more than those 2 loaders, but one step at a time, you know? I'm also gonna say right now, this ain't gonna be pretty. Pretty will come once manufacturing is up to snuff. And right now, it ain't. I don't have enough building blocks for that, huh? I actually have finally run out of technum. Well, that's upsetting. Actually, what I should do is put the other 2 smelters over here to get technum running. Brain, please kick in and actually do your job. That would be grand. So I am actually going to need multiple more loaders. I need one for an output from a smelter. Which also means I'm going to need to make a smelter. That's what I... Right, that's what I reflexively built the second drone miner for. Was for handling that idea. Because I was thinking ahead, but not fully firing the idea. That makes perfect sense. I would worry about the flashlight game, but it's not really dark here, per se. It is, at best, dim. Like I'm being right now. Okay, I wasn't carrying any more iron. At the very least, though, let's put this loader on here just so this starts doing its job. I think 2 of each is probably going to be sufficient. I fucked up and put the panel on the wrong goddamn side of this one, though, so hang on. I'm not dealing with that. No. Unacceptable. This way I have panel access on the same side from both of these, or I was going to eventually lose my mind. Having to run all around the devices all the time. It was going to make me scream. That even... Yeah, that's not going to cook by itself. You need 2 ore for each one. Because of course it's a 2-to-1 ratio. Why wouldn't it be a 2-to-1 ratio? With the change of plans in mind, I really should just rip this up for the moment as well. Just like even this out. And bring this over to build the other one instead of building even more of them at the moment. Right here's probably good. Clean those off my inventory. Need a burner. We're gonna need a smelter. We need a drone miner. Let's... Don't have that. We don't have that yet. There we go. That'll be all the parts we need. I feel I can get away with turning what music there is up a little bit. It seems a little on the quiet side. This is when something happens and it switches to music that just starts going completely apeshit, and I just don't know what to do with that information anymore. There we go. With 2 smelters worth of iron going, we are in much better shape. That down. That there. Just gonna make an identical setup for the second. I do like that the conveyor belts can go off the edge, which means I can use those to go from a mining outpost in and things like that. That's important information to have. Okay, go do your job, you little bastard. No waiting around for me to give you directions. And it looks like they're mining the ground itself, so I don't need to worry about having broken too many of those ore nodes, which is why I left them, because I wasn't sure if they mined the nodes or if they mined the ground. Which I don't think we can mine this. I think only they can. So that's good. That's actually very good. There we go. Now we have bars, the rods rather, coming together just fine. So I never need to look at this stupid thing again. Good news. Okay, I had it backwards. I thought this was pull to me. Okay, so I can just hit that button. This button drops off the things. This one takes the things. Okay, I just had a brain moment where my brain was backwards. Since we're using up enough biomass that I don't have any in my pockets, we'll grab some of this while we let those process. That's probably wiser than sitting around staring at the machines that are doing all of the work and not accomplishing anything ourselves. Because the last thing we need is to run out of power. Running out of power would completely derail everything we're trying to do. I know it still wants me to make another smelter, and I don't have what I need to make that, so... Let us also acquire that. So while I'm running around doing that, it'll build the smelter we need. I don't know why I'm hopping around. It doesn't seem to be making me go any faster. I feel like it's just one of those reflex things. Rip through all the plant life. May as well rip these up too while I'm here, since we've established that the drones don't pick these up. I can just clear all these out and dump them off when I feel the need. So I can use these to like kickstart another smelter or just inventory or something. Because we can't process them in our own inventory, as we know. And I don't think they interfere with the drones, but it can't hurt to get rid of them. Go ahead and expand my building platform. Drop off some more of that. As we'll claim the prepared iron while I'm thinking about it as well. While I wait for the material to process in my pockets. Then we can expand this platform, throw on the second smelter, and this will be in good order for a bit. Well, I'm gonna need to get another loader going as well, but...
We have completed our initial mission of setting up a smelting facility. We've done a great job, haven't we?
I don't know if I'd go that far, buddy.
At this point, we should have received further instructions, but something is blocking our communications. I think we'll have to improvise. My archives contain a blueprint for a research server. Through material analysis, I should be able to provide an emergency beacon blueprint.
You had me at research. Let's see, research server... Ah, it's over here. I just need more rods. Okay, that's fine. That's what these machines are for. Okay. Had a weird moment in my head, like, I did remember to unmute everything, right? Yeah, you know the feeling with that one. That awful feeling of, did I do this correctly at all? You say on the foundation. I have two now. This one's got room on it at the moment, so we'll just chuck it over here for the second. invariably I'm going to move it around probably, but for the moment this will do the job.
You will need to build science packs. Craft a few by hand and insert them into the research server to research the emergency beacon blueprint.
It's kind of fascinating how I'm having the opposite issue I had last time, but that's because I started iron first and not what is essentially space copper, I guess. That's what I'm going to call it for the moment, space copper. Even though it's not orange at all. It fulfills the role of copper, or it seems, so that's why I'm calling it space copper. I really should have turned this around. It's fine. Really not gonna worry about it right now. Let red text say though. Low optimal research speed could be caused by insufficient power, missing science items, or disabled machines. No, it's probably the fact that I haven't selected a research yet. Yeah, what do you know? It's almost like I understand how these things work. With the speed these are creating items at, maybe it would be worth it for me to set these up to a box. But then I'd have to do more belting. I just can't be bothered at the second. At least the research speed seems to be decent. Then again, this only requires 3 research packs. After it's done researching, I'm probably gonna pick it up and flip it around just so I don't drive myself crazy. It's either that or I just make some more ground over here so I can stand at the correct height and look at it.
Got it. We now have the emergency beacon blueprint. Craft it and place it, but not too close to your existing machines. Those rescue parties tend to land right on top of the beacons.
So what you're saying is they might crash on all of my things if I put that in the wrong spot. What I'm hearing is that could be really funny. Need one more research pack for that. I don't know why they're panicking and being like, you gotta call for help. Even though, you know, we're being perfectly self-sufficient right now. That's not allowed. Self-sufficiency is for crazy people, not me. Except I am a crazy person, which is why I'm like, you know, this is fine. You're saying I don't have to deal with anybody else? I am so down for that. I'm going to assume this needs power. But I'm just going to throw it over here and see what happens. Where's the button? There we go. Boop.
Great. Now you might want to take a step back and look up.
Oh, there's that big station over there. And...
a real groundbreaker. This Corporate Command Companion Bureaucrat bot, C3BB for short, will help us establish a connection with Mission Command. First, let's help him out of that drop pod by deconstructing and placing it in a safe location.
I mean, this location seems perfectly fine. He landed pretty well. Oh. You know, I think I might know why Mission Command's not talking to us now that I look up there again. There seems to be a piece missing. I don't know if that's a problem. It could be a problem, though. I guess we should let you out, huh? There you go. Now you're in my inventory. Well, welcome to Purgatory, known as my pocket. Okay, if this is gonna be a hub thing, I guess let's put it over on this one since there's more available space here at the second. Oop.
Welcome to the ground C3BB. We have activated this emergency beacon because we are having trouble communicating with Mission Command. Critical damage on the Mission Command space station, you say?
There it is.
Spontaneous explosive disassembly. That's extremely troubling. What now? Are we trapped here? That aligns with our disaster contingency protocol. C3BB, initiate a thorough analysis of the incident. We'll integrate your extended blueprint archive with our research servers and construct a self-sufficient manufacturing facility capable of providing emergency aid.
To know.
You're right. We need a machine that is able to craft common items. I'm glad you have the blueprint stored. Let's go ahead and research the assembler.
Good news, I've already researched it.
Great. The assembler will serve as the foundation for mass producing the most commonly required items. Gone are the days of handcrafting. C3BB has been able to establish a limited connection to the space station and will try to extract useful information. Meanwhile, we should focus on scaling up.
Sounds good to me, that's what I'm good at.
Right. For more advanced research, we need to increase our material science knowledge. Our goal should be to develop a more advanced science pack. But don't underestimate the worth of the other blueprints. Early analysis indicates that mission control has already been gone for quite some time, so I don't think we're in a rush.
Oh, now you're not in a rush. Why couldn't you have been that relaxed before? For those wondering, by the way, I'm going to connect the platforms now so I can use a more centralized power system instead of this crazy jank nonsense I've got going on right now. Where I've got two separate power sources going. Because that's going to drive me crazy at some point, and I'm just not gonna deal with that. I don't need to, so I'm not going to. Just gonna use Foundation here as like a power cable for a moment, and then we'll expand upon that as we go. Assuming this connects this way. Kind of hoping it does. Also, can I, like, remove this? In my way. Very good. I'll obviously put that back at some point, because it sounds like that's a spawn point that we're probably going to need. But we'll deal with that in a minute. There we go. Now it should all be on one power network, I think. Since it says it powers the foundation it's attached to. This is for future smelter expansions, but we're actually going to be, like, building this out as, like, a primary hub. Is what my current plan is. This way, the materials come in here. I'm sure I'm going to need some of both material for most things, so having a central point for them to come to is going to be important. And we can easily have the iron come from this side and space copper come from the other side, and it'll all work out just fine. Character improvement, which gives me more inventory slots, or logistics containers. I am interested in logistics containers. Since our focus should be on automating all of these things, having more space in my own pockets only makes a certain amount of sense. And it's not enough sense for me to care at the moment. I know, crazy concept coming out of me saying I don't want more personal inventory space, considering I'm usually hoarding everything under the sun in my pockets. That's just not how games like this usually work. Not as far as them working out ideally, anyway. Still want a bigger platform than this. I I know I'm spending a stupid amount of resources to make this platform, but this platform will make it more comfortable for us to do our job. I also did just realize that this belt is going the wrong way for how I'm going to want to do this, but I can just bend it around. It'll be okay. I'm also going to move this onto the central platform since the assemblers are going to be feeding it, so it makes more sense for it to be over here on this central platform. Probably going to get moved around again, but, you know, one problem at a time. I also don't have any science packs for it at the moment. Might want to get out of the way, little robot. Otherwise, you might get run over by the unstoppable force of progress. There we go. Yes. I'm gonna put a expansion finger out over here. This is gonna be where the power is all gonna live. This way it's easier for me to keep track of where everything is if it's all compartmentalized and separated out in ways that I can readily understand at a glance. So I'll know, oops, power's not working anymore. I gotta go over to the power section and fix it. Which, don't get me wrong, this is not gonna stay this organized as I go along. But I'm at least gonna give myself a sensible start, or I'm going to drive myself batty. Right out the gate. Exactly, Voila. The factory must grow. Give me my power sources. Everything's gonna freak out for a moment, but it'll be okay. Just chuck these over here. This way there's one clean spot where all of our power comes from. And this is when, like, a meteor is gonna land on it and I'm just gonna scream in frustration. But, you know, it'll be fine. Probably. Give me all the things. I will say, this is handling very well so far. It's running a little shaky. So I may lower some settings here in a second, because as the factory expands, it's only going to run worse. Let me go ahead and fix that right quick. It's day one of an early access game. It's going to have some complications in places. And this may also make it explode when I turn these things down or off. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. The UI is a little bare bones. It's my better judgment. Let's turn VSync on and see if that cuts the CPU usage overload down a little bit. Yeah, that cut it down a little bit. Should be okay. If it ends up looking choppy, I can fix it. I do like these nice little touchscreen buttons to just immediately grab what I need, instead of having to open and close inventories constantly. The only problem is sometimes you can't reach for some reason, even though you're in the exact same spot. I don't need these other power generators yet, but I just wanted to expand it now while I was thinking about it. Yes, the translations were AI, which is kind of fair. And I saw something about some AI voice acting, too. Which, I was not the happiest to see that, but that's... Since it's all robots, I can kind of look the other way a little bit on that one. And it hasn't really been super noticeable about that either. And based on that not being super noticeable, I don't even really know which one is the AI, because all sounds normal and fine to me so far. But maybe it's something I haven't encountered yet. And credit where it's due, they were at least fully upfront with all that information. Okay. That's a little bit more understandable, because otherwise they'd have to hire a kind of exhaustive list of voice actors to have enough different lines for every language. And an indie company ain't gonna be able to do that. And same goes with text translation. That would be a lot of... because they would either end up using Google Translate or AI translation, more or less. Short of having people that are versed in all of those languages do it, or kicking it to the community. Yeah. Which is a good thing. They needed to have that policy. But I've seen multiple instances where they try to, like, couch what they say about that a little bit so it sounds better. Whereas what they said in theirs was just plain honest, like, hey, this is why we did this. We didn't really want this, but this is how we had to do it to make it work right now. Where do I want to put this? Let's just put it down and see what the recipes call for first, and then we'll figure this out as we go. There's wires made out of rods. Electronic components are made out of essentially rods and more rods. I'm at least going to need a machine that makes machinery parts, and a machine that makes wire coils. Ideally one that'll also make electronic components. So that's not really going to lay out the way I wanted to do it originally, but that's okay. What we do then is we move this over a little bit more, and we put the two machines near each other. Like so. So what we can do is we have all of the rods come in through this side. This will spit out the wires through the front of it, which will then feed the electronic part making here. Because the rods will just roll right on through here. It looks like they look like they bypass just fine based on the way the loaders look. This means I'm going to need a lot more loaders, though. One thing I forgot to make more of. I do find it somewhat interesting, though, that this game was published by Paradox, of all people. I really did not expect that. I have put this too close. This is not going to work. I have played Tectonica, and it was quite good. It's got a similar energy to some of the way this is set up so far. And hey there, Snork. Okay, no, this is fine. This is fine. I just had a brain moment there where it's like, wait, is this going to be an issue how I've laid this out? But no, everything's fine. Everything is completely fine. So it'll input the rods, and it will... I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I only just now realized what I did that was stupid. Give me a moment to fix it. I'm only half paying attention to what I'm doing. Because I need the rods, not the ore, but Brain was like, oh yeah, I need that metal over there. We'll just send it right on over. Ignoring the fact that this is why I got more loaders than I immediately needed, was so that I could actually make this work the way it needs to. And we'll just spit them out the back of these here so it's expandable. Now, I didn't need to rip the whole thing up. I absolutely could have just left it. And then just connected this. But it's fine. And this way I cleaned out all the ore that shouldn't be on this particular belt. Now, how do I make this... Ah, no foundation, huh? You actually care about having a foundation under you. Understood. But you're not supposed to be doing intake. You're supposed to be doing output. There we go. That's probably going to be way more than this machine needs, but it'll be fine for the time being. So that needs to be an output, that's an intake, and we're good. These machines are now fully automatic. Considering he never technically properly dies, I have no idea. Because I also haven't really looked into how that whole connection he has with that dimension works to begin with. My best assumption that connection's only temporary on an as-need basis, so theoretically, no? Yeah, you know what? His pod can stay there. Really doesn't need to be anywhere else. I'm out of biomass. I need to fix that. You know, it's one of those, it would depend very significantly on the kind of deal he made to have access to that in the first place. Like, is there a, if I'm ever fully destroyed, X happens clause in this contract? Usually that kind of thing doesn't happen, but at the same time, there would probably be some power overflow. Just based on the fact that if he's being destroyed, he probably would be accessing that power at the time. But I would surmise that if he's acting as a conduit for it, unless that connection remains open when he's destroyed, it would spill over for a bit and then stop. Based on whatever amount is in him at the time he's destroyed. Which is still probably going to be really bad, but, you know. It is what it is. Yeah, this is already on output like it's supposed to be. I do like the fact that they changed the color of the entire output device so you can tell output from intake at a glance. That's very convenient. At the moment, I'll just take those, and I'll take the excess of these as well, so that I can more conveniently make things. Quite literally what you're seeing in front of you right now. Build factory is all we understand about what we're supposed to be doing right now. We were dropped here as a matter of expanding the influence of that base up there, but right after we landed, things kind of went sideways up there. We don't know what happened up there yet, but That's why we have this little guy over here. He's communicating with the base while we do factory work. The part about it I'm paying attention to is quite seriously just give me a factory to build. That is my entire purpose. Now back on the train of thought I had. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, I need another assembler in order to make the machinery parts. And then we can automate whatever else I need to make, which in this case is just going to be machinery parts and technum rods. Okay. Which actually means I'm going to put that particular machine over here. Which is going to mean I need to expand the platform back here for this as well. And I need to move it over one because I misaligned it. And considering everything else has been robots, for all I know, everyone that was up there was a robot too, so at the very least, you can take that and run with it, but one way or the other, it is what it is. I had no attachment to any of them, so I don't care. Okay, that's all correct now. Actually, this one... No, this is the one I want that to have that on, because this is the one that will eventually be making the science packs. So it's gonna need another loader. Sure, the loader can be over here. Not bad then, if you're already in the mid part. And any significant mod like that's, of course, going to take a very long time. I'm a little upset that this game doesn't have the conveyors automatically going up and over slopes, but I also understand that that isn't the easiest thing to design, so you'd be asking a lot for a game that's just coming out like this that I don't think came from devs that have done this kind of thing before. I didn't recognize the name. It might happen, but the fact that it's a separate item is why I'm thinking it's not going to. Is they would then have to remove the separate item, I would figure. Which I guess they could. But it almost feels like this was an intentional choice at that point for that to be there. So I don't know. I'm not a mind reader, so we could go either way. It was indeed published by Paradox, but I didn't recognize the actual dev company is what I mean. And the thing with comparing mods is, one, some engines are significantly easier to mod for than others. Like, that's just a fact. Some engines are just a bitch to mod. And then there's also the extra layers of potentially making your own, essentially fan game by making your own engine for it. That's always a possibility as well. So there's a lot of variables that we aren't really going to be that privy to unless we ask them directly. Which goes for both conversations we're having, actually. I don't know how big the team was for this. I don't know anything about the team. Well, that's an interesting choice it's taking. How about we don't do that? Last thing we need is to send that belt halfway across the universe. That'll be nice to have, honestly. Just gonna click these so they go away. There we go. I was just getting bothered by that light being down there the entire time. I will admit, I don't know how much Terraria itself really needs conveyors going up and down blocks. So I can't really think of that many automation things I've ever needed in Terraria. I mean, sure, for some things it would be nice to have. But it's mildly surprising that they're even adding something like that at this stage of that game. Brain, why are you like this? Oh, right, because you're trying to carry on 3 conversations at the same time and path out your belts. That's why you're having problems. This is also all new information that I'm trying to deal with here. Build the machinery parts first, dum-dum. Then you might actually be able to accomplish something. Keep getting ahead of myself. Contrary to popular belief, it really isn't easy. Yeah. It's not as hard as some people may make it out to be either, though. It also varies very heavily depending on what you're doing. Like, if I had prepared for this, this wouldn't be nearly as much of an issue either, but this is what happens with first impressions. That's just the nature of this angle of doing things. You get to watch me stumble as I'm like, how do I do this? What do I do? What does this button do? Oh, everything's burning now. Well, you know, that's probably not ideal. Well, the trick with streaming that gets a lot of people burnt out is people have a very bad tendency to go about it with, one, bad expectations, as in expecting success overnight and things like that, and B, a lot of people come at it with a very unhealthy methodology, if that makes sense. Like, you have a lot of people that will just hammer at it like it's the end of the world, expecting that to be their path to success, and then when they don't hit that, they crash and burn. Okay, this doesn't create them very quickly. It'll be better than in me making them myself, but it's not gonna, like, change the world with its building speed. I got rid of the thing on my bar, didn't I? Oh, right, because I threw it over here. That's the thing. Give me that. And I could add an additional machine in doing this job, but I'd then have to move around where I've got these belts going. I do believe it does, yeah. I just haven't picked it up yet. But that is also on my to-do list. The to-do list that is horrifyingly long. And only going to get longer because of things that are coming out in the coming month or so. No power. Oh, these ran out now, didn't they? Sure did. Boop. Boop. There we go. Yeah, no, I did notice that it got 1.0 recently. I'm just so all over the place that it's hard for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to worry about this thing today. Does this even work the way I want it to? No, because I have these backwards. There we go. So now science is automated. It's slow, but at the rate these go through their science packs, I think the speed it's running at is fine. Yeah. So honestly, I more often than not don't worry about efficiency anyway. My primary goal is get everything set up and advance everything. Oh, I know you worry more about efficiency than I do, Voila. I've noticed that already. I'm one of those, I'll worry about efficiency later. Like, I'll get everything in a quick and dirty setup to get the ball rolling, and then I'll clean it up later. Once I have better tools at hand to make the setup better. And there is a lot of issues when it comes to dealing with people, Snork, that is true. But I feel like people worry too much about the whole everything is recorded thing, because you also have to remember, within a certain degree anyway, you're the one who controls all of that. You control whether you say something fucking stupid. And if you do say something stupid that will get you in trouble, here's this crazy concept known as taking accountability for your actions that a lot of people seem to be very bad at. You fuck up, acknowledge that you fucked up, and then try to be better. It's that simple. Sure, people are going to continue to give you hell for it, but that's just how that's going to be.
Okay, math genius. If it takes 8 small smelters to fill up a conveyor belt, then we'll build 8 for each metal ore.
Like, I have seen entirely too many people try to dodge what they did, rather than just accepting that they made a mistake. And that's another big failure point that seems to happen in both the VTubing community and streaming in general. That I simultaneously get it and don't get it, because people don't want to admit that they were wrong. Or they don't want to admit that they said something fucked up and actually take accountability for their actions. But that's just the nature of life. You have to be accountable for the things you do. I don't care what job you have, you're accountable for what you've done. Like, someone who makes a machine that doesn't work when it needs to and either gets people hurt or doesn't do what it needs to do, they are just as accountable as the idiot who said something fucked up and is now having to deal with the consequences of their own actions. I can respect that, Paula. I take accountability for being a menace to society. And it's a variable thing when it comes to being efficient or being first, is it depends on the field you're in. If you're in a field where it's important to be first, then yes, being first is vitally important. But if, you know, if you can't be first, do it well, is usually the kicker. You have to be really good at what you do if you can't be the first one to do it. Because, like, for example, if I'm not the first one to make these metal rods, if I figure out a way to make 2 metal rods for every 1 metal rod my competition makes, while having them be the same quality, I will have an advantage. that type of thing. I have no idea if that ignium stuff matters, but it sounded interesting, so I'm just like, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and figure that out. Also, I can't help but notice my prompts on the side have disappeared. What was it that they wanted me to... Oh! Oh, neat. I can identify my targets. That's a tree. And it tells you what you get out of it, too, which is nice. 10 stone out of that big fucking rock? You kidding me? I'm gonna go with the answer of yes there, Voila. We can, like, copy-paste these configurations. It's gonna be really handy for those who do mass builds and such. I'm going to forget that that exists, like, immediately. Should also probably put my... Wait. Oh, this was the drop pod that we came in. For some reason, I thought it was the pod we picked up to let the other guy out. Let's go ahead and, like, throw that over here so it's out of the way. Brain. I could go looking around and see if I can find anything interesting while we wait for things to happen. But I was trying to figure out why our assigned tasks disappeared. Because we do have tasks to do. Okay, it's just because it's probably just because it's basic things like, hey, do science pack 2s, make lots of smelters. I also was not paying attention to their conversation about making better smelters. If they want me to just build a bajillion smelters, well, fine, I can do that. There you go, I'll just click on that a couple times. We'll come back to that idea later. It's not like we are lacking for resources at this point. Wait a minute. Why are you empty? Are you really just using up all of those immediately? Then how was this one so... Oh, I guess, yeah, if this one's printing them out faster... and this is always backed up, then this one's gonna be sitting there with a lot of plates in it. That makes nothing but sense. Yeah, because the same thing's playing out over here because of the exact same circumstances. Which is fine. Having one always backed up and one always running is kind of what I want, because that way I have one I can pull from at all times and one that's always actively doing something instead of bottlenecked and sitting there wasting time. It seems like a perfect game for you, yeah. Yeah. If I were better at keeping up with things I already have going, I probably would not have started this today, but this is also just going to be a, hey, look, this is a cool game that came out, and then I'll probably focus on other things and come back to this as it develops type deal. Or, more accurately, once you're ready to give it a go, we will probably do a thing with this together. My only worry at the second is how much there's going to be to actually do in it at the moment. I mean, here's the thing. If everything that's been sent down from the station's been robots, we don't even know whether everything up there wasn't robots to begin with. That entire colony up there could just be robots. That's from the word go. And if they needed food and resources from me immediately, they're shit out of luck. Because I wasn't told to make food, I was told to make machines. So I followed my directions. And from there, well, that's unfortunate for them. Ah, so ignium's like coal or something along those lines. We use that to power better generators. And you know what? That seems like a great thing to go get, because that'll get us automated power, and I don't have to think about chasing after biomass all the time anymore. So where's ignium? Not nearby, huh? Oh, there it is. Well, yeah, but again, it's established that we are a robot to begin with, so we wouldn't have any need to worry about such basic things as food and water and everything. So either we were given poor instructions and thus led to the demise of many people, because we weren't told to make things humans need, we only were told to make what's needed. Yeah, that's shown on the title screen and everything, that we are a robot. And I did mention that, but you might not have caught it. Oh. There we go. Where exactly is that ignium relative to me? It's right there in front of me. Perfect. I mean, there's nothing saying you can't have multiple methods of achieving the same thing as well. Like, have some parts of it be behind certain gates and other parts be behind other parts. You just have to be careful not to have too many systems in play at the same time, because you do have to manage to make every system you put in worthwhile. They can't just be tacked on parts that do nothing. Too many games have fallen victim to that already. Now that's the ignium right there still. I'm trying to clear off a decent sized spot here so that I can have the drones mine a decent amount of this. See, and that's the kind of thing that ends up happening with a lot of this style of game, is as soon as people get the ball rolling, such needs end up ceasing mattering at all. So it either has to be made kind of punishing, which is usually not very fun for anybody aside from the really hardcore survival people, or it gets relegated to, yeah, you know, it's assumed you're doing all of these things already, so we're just not going to discuss that issue anymore, or type deal. Or, you know, hand waved away in a case like this where we're a robot, so we don't need to worry about that. And Snork, every robot has the potential to be Shodan, so it really depends on the attitude I choose to have towards the rest of everything in the world. Depends on how long I'm on this planet, too. I might just go mad eventually. Even robots can get bored eventually, probably. Just like, you know what? I'm gonna try to be a world-dominating AI today instead of hanging out building a factory. Really, it just really depends on how advanced these AIs are. Yeah, if you're meant to be mobile and adventurous, then any kind of system that would encourage you to stay in place, like needing to constantly manage food and hunger bars, would probably clash with that ideal. I'm gonna need to change the way my stairs are a little bit. Specifically, I'm gonna need to back them up a bit so I can just bring the stairs down to the platform. Because I don't think the drones do verticality that well, even though they should. Right. You have to earn your high-speed movement. But by the time you have that high-speed movement is also the same point where the food and water wouldn't be mechanically a concern anymore, I would presume. You know, plus or minus whatever path people take through your progression that's available. Since unless it's very strictly gated, there is going to be some variance in how people approach it. Which there's also going to be variance because of how much people understand about how the features work. And how much they are allowed to know about what things they're going to be unlocking. Right. And I assume in the same vein of having that power armor, there's probably going to be options to mitigate some of the slow speed in some kind of exchange as well, I'm sure. Like, you could strip some of the armor off for the benefit of it being a little bit faster, variables like that. Yeah, to finish the thought on knowledge being important in a situation like that, if your tech tree is, like, hidden, that'll end up with different results than if your tech tree is revealed at the start, kind of like what we've got going on with this one right now, where I can see basically what I assume is everything. At least that's connected off of that, and then I can back up to here to see what's connected to all of this. What's connected to all of this. I do like the sound of that. Now, there is one question that comes to mind with there being a momentum system. How ready are you for people to find ways to abuse your momentum system? And how much is that momentum going to impact the physics of your body moving? Is if it, for example, has very high impact on your body's physics, I can think of a dozen ways to break that already. Which, if you're open to people breaking it, then it's absolutely fine. But it's something that you may want to keep in mind. Yeah, I figured you'd be on the same page I was there, Snork. Like, okay, hang on. Does that mean I can slingshot myself if I just find a way to get the momentum not to cancel? That is another thing, yeah, is it depends on what the physics is attached to, whether it's attached to the frame rate or what have you, depending on how the engine itself is going to work. So there's potential for exploit to end up happening there as well. Not that I'm saying I would intentionally break your game, voila, but these are things that would invariably be concerns. But again, if you don't mind things like that happening, then these aren't an issue to even think about. You just watch people fly around like crazy people if they manage to pull off the right things, and it's like, well, this is the thing that's happening. Okay. What interaction does it have with jumping? I assume, based on the way you've described that, then even in a case where you're jumping, it would stop building momentum, which only partially makes physical sense. But from a gameplay standpoint, it makes sense to prevent the very thing I'm talking about.
It's time to upgrade to the burner generator and dig up ignium ore for automated power production. Let's power up our future.
Okay, now the one big problem with how I've done this and where this ignium is my power generation platform is on the opposite side from where this is. I could just have a tunnel go underneath, so I don't have to look at the ignium going through and going to where the power generation is, or I just move it. Okay. So I was picturing the concept of, like, how in some engines you can bunny hop and that affects your momentum. That's why I was pondering that immediately. Like, you know, this could become an issue, which is not, again, not a bad thing, just a thing people could end up doing. Also a potential option there, but that's on the more technical side rather than what I'm driving at, which is just how does the actual system work in the first place. Yeah, if it's not tied to that, then skipping frames doesn't particularly matter. Which is usually the better way to go about that. To my knowledge and memory, things like physics only end up getting tied to frame rate usually as a shortcut, not necessarily as what they intended to do. This is also only based on limited knowledge. Yeah, I'm always the one who sits there and figures out how to break something. That's why I'm immediately asking all of these, well, how is this going to snap in half if I touch this wrong? Okay. So it doesn't build upon itself and your interaction with it. It just exists by virtue of basically the feeling of speed rather than actual physics acting on it. To put it in a more layman's terms method for people to understand. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Then yeah, that's going to be a lot less exploitable, which is, again, both a good or a bad depending on which way you're going at it. Let's not worry about building the actual burner generators yet. Let's just get the mining set up over here first. Because otherwise, what's the point? The generators won't be getting fueled because there's going to be nothing coming in yet. Gonna have to restructure the staircase again, too, probably. No, I myself will probably never get into game design as such myself, but I'm always happy to talk logics and things like that as far as game design goes. Right. Yeah, I was not suggesting breaking the game on purpose. This is just where my perspective comes from, is the way things can break. So this is why my first reflex is to try to head off things like that at the pass before they become an issue. And I think links are allowed, so if you really want to snork, you can, but I for one am probably not going to stop to look at it at the moment. So it depends on what benefit you're looking for out of placing the clip there. If you just want it so people can see it, go for it. That's fine. Okay, I still need a loader to unload that. Toss a belt in there so that it goes where it needs to. So here's the question mark on my mind now. Well, yeah. And honestly, most games I don't think have their name until they're a decent way along, because a lot of them end up just having project names until they get to a point where there's something to name it off of. I mean, now and then they start off with a name because it's like part of a franchise or something, so it's easier to name it. You know, I'm not sure Dylan's a marketable video game name. No offense to the Dylans out there, but I'm not sure how well that would do. And having it just be defining what genre it's in isn't a bad thing, because it makes it very clear to those looking at it exactly what they're looking at. Which some games do kind of suffer from a lack of clarity as far as that kind of thing goes. You know, Anthem's another game that I saw come into existence, and then it just kind of spontaneously combusted to a degree, because the companies involved are the companies that were involved. For lack of a better way to put that. Like, I don't think I need to describe it any further than that, because we all, for the most part, everybody knows who had a hand in destroying that. Yeah, exactly. I know the game you're talking about exactly, because I played it, and I can't even say that there's much industrial to it at all, even from like a theming. Like that is actually a very good example of a game that the name feels like it doesn't fit to it at all. Like, it's almost like they just gave it that name because they thought it sounded good. Which, you know, more power to them. If that was their thought process and it works for them, go for it. Just from a marketing angle, it then becomes tricky to make sure that people understand what they're buying. I'm trying to think, because there was a couple other games that had all of the trappings of a genre. Like, even the screenshots and such would make it look like it was in one genre, but the game was then in a completely different one. And I'm blanking on the name of the one specifically I was thinking of, because there's also been a lot of incidents of that, so that's where that gets a little tricky. No, the way I'm doing this is kind of stupid, but I'm doing it this way anyway. Yeah, I played Industria because I got it for free off of one of those types of things. It might even have been in Humble Monthly at some point. I forget exactly what caused me to get the game without paying for it. And it's not a bad game, it's just not accurate to what it is at all. And no, Star Rail, I don't think I saw any weird issue with that one at all, because I also didn't really pay any attention to it. It's like, oh hey, it's another game by the people that made that other one. Okay, cool. It's gonna be another gacha thing where people are going to get obsessive over the characters because of the modeling. That I could believe. Especially considering who made it, that makes nothing but sense that people would think it'd be a real-time game. Though I do seem to recall that it was never advertised as such, it just was very vague. one way or the other. Yeah, it's made by the same people that made Genshin Impact, from what I recall. It's all part of the same bunch there. Yeah, that's the one, I think, there, voila. Or at least that's what it's all collectively called. I don't know if that's... I don't remember if that's the company name, per se. That's what it all gets collectively called. Like I said, I haven't really paid it any mind. I played Genshin for a little while at the request of people that wanted me to play it, and then I was like, okay, this is okay. Not that interested, so I'm just gonna stop. It's like, it's one of those, the game itself was fine. There was nothing incredible there, and there was nothing bad there. I just didn't find anything to keep my attention. Yeah. But the thing is, they've done multiple other games that were a variety of genres, I think. I don't think they are a company that people should have had an expectation that it would have all been the same genre. Is they made at least one other game before those. Yeah. Generation Zero is another weird one, yeah. I think it's supposed to be referring to what generation of robots they were? Something like that? Because I played that game and I can't tell you why it's called that. That's another one where I'm like, yep. That's information. Don't know what impact that information has on anything, but there you go. Which I will say, that's actually a decent game, though. I will give it credit where credit's due. It's pretty good. I was wondering if somebody was going to bring that game up. Because apparently people do not like Dawn of War 3. Nor did they particularly care for Dawn of War 2 either. I only really played the first set of Dawn of War, not any of the ones after it. Because at the time, the PC I had couldn't run it. So I just kind of left it alone. Yeah, no, that's fair. We'll just leave it alone at that point. And to get back to Generation Zero for a moment, though, the gunplay in it was pretty good. I enjoyed the robot designs. That game, though, was definitely jank incarnate. Like, so much about that game was weird. For reasons I don't understand. Like, trying to use those bicycles, for example, was a magical experience. But that's also kind of what made me like it a bit, is the fact that it was jank and weird. Like, I can't say it was ever badly brokenly janky, to my memory anyway. Just you kind of felt like you were in Bizarro World all the time because the game was just kind of weird. Heard about it, how it handled like everything. But it's also definitely not in the category of game where I'm like, yeah, this game was great. It's like, no, it's a game that exists. Not one I would ever recommend paying a high price for example, but if you can pick it up on the cheap and you enjoy just mindless shoot robot game, then it might be something people would want to pick up. And I want to say it's been on sales as low as like $5 pretty often at this point. And I want to say Generation Zero was one of the games where people were actually, like, really hyping up the engine it was in for one reason or another, which is not something I remember the reasoning for, but it's a thing. Like, it was one of those, it did technically impressive things, but it didn't all work out, I think, is basically the bottom line on that statement for Generation Zero, other than odd naming. There we go. We have coal-based power. Goodbye, biomass-based power. You are no longer needed here. Arguably, I could keep it as a backup generation system in case the coal power ever fails, but, you know, it's not like we're attached to this planet in any real shape, or form, so destroying it won't hurt anything. It will be so nice, because if there was anything that frustrated me a little bit with Satisfactory, it was chasing the biomass issue around all the time. I can't really say that that was ever fun. It was kind of neat pulling the lever down to restart the generators and such, but after you do it 1,000 times, you get real sick of the idea. I mean, you were able to do it before, yeah, you just take a ton of biomass, put it in chests that output, and then you feed the burners that way. It was never resoundingly effective, but it at least worked. Because I know that's how I used to do it. Then how did I do that? Because I know I did some weird nonsense. It may just be that I kept the chest well stocked next to it and just picked it up and put it then. But I thought I had a way for that. But it's also been over half a year since I touched Satisfactory, so things may be blending together too. That's entirely possible. This may also be something I attempted to do and then realized it didn't work too. This wouldn't be the first time where I thought something worked that way. Thank you for gifting a sub to Voila there, Snork. Much appreciated. And while you're at it, you should go follow Voila. Voila is good people. What is the what? I didn't do anything. Funny how that works out. You know I do what I do, and I will not be stopped from doing what I do, Voila. Do I want second lane loaders? That's fine, my skin is tough. It'll be okay. I'll get over it. Why can't I start this? Oh, I need character improvement first. Okay. Doesn't Factorio have a, like, weird requirement where you have to have some odd upgrade before you can unlock one of those tiers? Leaves you questioning why it matters, but it's like, okay, sure, we'll do that. I may also be blending modded in again on that, because it's been a long time since I've played vanilla Factorio, actually. didn't one of the... I might be thinking of a mod, like I said, where one of the inventory upgrades were between you and upgrading one of the science pack tiers. Like I said, it probably is just modded bleeding over in my brain again, then. I've tried so many mod sets for Factorio over having the game basically since it was first existing. At some point, absolutely. And yeah, that... a lot of things can be sitting there in the back of your mind, causing you to be angry more readily than you'd expect, because you're not necessarily consciously aware of every single thing that's going through your mind. That's just the nature of the way our brains work. So every now and then an epiphany will come up of something that's been upsetting you, and then just out it goes. And once it's out, it's easier to deal with. I never promised that I had one, I just understand how they work. To a degree. Kind of an outside looking in scenario, you know? I'm sure we can find plenty of people that aren't using them for you to borrow one from. Well, I never said you were gonna eat the brain. That's usually very wasteful. I don't even know if you'd get any meaningful nutrients from a brain, now that I think about it. Like, there has to be something, I just don't know what. Yeah. Like, figure out some way to, like, drain information from the brain. Just gotta go find a mind flare to ask how this whole system works. I mean, so are a lot of things, though. Why would you need the brain specifically for protein? There must be something in there. I feel like I've heard a couple explanations for that, and I just cannot remember them right now. Now it's just ticking on the edge of my brain, like some manner of, like, specific chemical was the excuse, at least in some zombie systems, for why zombies ate brains. Like, they needed one specific chemical out of the brain that they just couldn't produce anymore after turning into a zombie. And honestly, that was probably one of the better explanations I think I had countered. Honestly, I would believe it. Considering some of the very zombie-like people I've encountered in my life. Consuming brains for dopamine, that would check out. And you know me, Walla, I'll take anything that's thrown into the air. If I decide to catch it and run with it, I'm gonna take it and go. Just like, you know what? I could spin this. We could go with this idea. Bark, bark. The thing is, I don't retrieve it, though, Walla. You don't get it back. You get something else back. I want to say I've seen something to that tune before too, Snork. That sounds right. Like they couldn't process most of our body, but something in the brain they could process. Yeah, you know what? You're not getting a shoe back when they're done. You're right about that. It will resemble a shoe in some capacities, but I don't think you'd recognize it the rest of the way anymore. Now, what I'm trying to figure out now is what the point to the difference between these containers is. Like, obviously, the container holds the most. I mean, you might be able to strap it to your foot and still protect the bottom of your foot, depending on how much they've mangled it. It just wouldn't feel very good. Like, this one has loader support, which is presumably what makes this a logistics container. But the thing is, if this doesn't have loader support, is this just manually filled then? Do you just take things and put them in this container yourself? I'm just gonna build one of each, put them down, and see what they do. Because I think that's the only way I'm gonna figure it out. That's kind of what I was hoping, but we haven't seen any other hints of getting that kind of automation going yet. And since one says loader support and one doesn't, I presume that this... Oh, there we go. They differ by inventory size. Ah, okay, so the logistics one is exactly what I thought. It allows you to put things in and out of it automatically, whereas the other ones don't. So what I'm hearing is that the container and the chest are garbage and I should never build those. That's what I'm gathering out of that sentence. Like that, the container is just a big case of disappointment. Whereas this has potential to be productive. Wait. Hang on. Put that away for a second. Okay, now this is still running, it's just thinner now, and I think that's because I took so much out of this that it's only pulling what's produced without having excess anymore, and it's upset. No one should like a big case of disappointment. That just doesn't help anybody. I can put it here, though, to take up some of the excess mechanical parts. Just have it pick them up, put them back down on the belt, and the excess will remain in the machine. That wouldn't be a bad thing to have as, like, an overflow container. It's gonna look really silly, but it'll do the job. There we go. Is basically all we'll do is pick them up and put them back down, and as soon as the system backs up, it'll just keep overflowing into the machine. It'll probably mess with the flow speed a little bit, and I'm fine with that. That would complicate it, yeah, especially if they're at the same time. Okay, the panel's just to show you how much is in there. Which, that's fine. That's actually kind of helpful. So you can tell at a glance without having to open the inventory. Wait. Okay, good. This has locking slots, too. So, like, if I only wanted to keep one stack of machinery parts backed up in here, I can do that. That's always a good feature. I like that. So I can just, like, do this. So it only ever overflows up to 2 slots. Which, in the current system I have set up for this, it really doesn't matter how many lock down, but... it's just nice to know that that is a feature this game has. So you have some amount of control. Which, I'll be honest, more often than not, I don't worry about that kind of thing. Ooh. I can be red. I can change the color of my drill, too. That's probably really good for multiplayer. Probably doesn't super matter in single player, of course, but... it's nice to have. You certainly can be purple. You can have a purple robot and a purple drill. They might even add more customization stuff. Like, I know you can get a top hat and a monocle if you do the $5 more expensive edition of the game. Which, that's fine as far as an extra goes. But what that tells me, though, is they have a system in place for such things to be added. So either modders can add a bunch of cosmetic items, or they will add cosmetic items once the game's further completed. I don't know if they're new types, but they're, like, different versions of structures. I didn't look that deep into it. I just saw that the icons for them were different. I don't know if they're like a higher tier version or if they just look better. Which, since this game's not competitive, even if they're a better version that's locked behind a $5 pay, that's not ideal, but it's fine. Yeah, you probably should get cleaned up if you're that covered in sweat there, Snork. That's gonna be unfortunate. I could put a logistics container here. That is going to be something you're going to have to figure out for sure, because as much as I don't like it, monetization and the longevity of a game kind of get tied together. Is basically the more monetizable continuing to support a game is, the more viable continuing to support it is. Because otherwise you're putting in work and not necessarily receiving anything in return guaranteed. Aside from potentially more sales, which is a mixed result. Yeah, a live service game definitely relies on monetization more than other types of games.
New exciting blueprints are coming up, exactly as the disaster protocol suggests. BB, any updates on the station? No, not yet. Okay, we'll follow the protocol and continue to expand until you have news for us.
I'm glad you can understand him. I brought it up before, but it's one of those things where it's like, you know, we got an R2-D2 situation here. Also, I literally didn't build one smelter, and that's why that quest didn't complete, huh? Where are my smelters? There we go. That should be done now. Oh, do I need to place all 16 smelters?
Okay, math genius. If it takes 8 small smelters to fill up a conveyor belt, then we'll build 8 for each metal ore.
I do like it that you can replay the dialogue for these things, so if you forget how something works, you can figure it out. And you can pet the robot if you're so inclined. So they want me to massively expand all of these ore lines. And as much as they say that you need 8 to fill up a belt, 2 is doing just fine over here. They really must have high expectations for the amount of production you're gonna have. This one's not doing so good, so this one definitely needs another one. But the iron line's just fine as it is. Until I build like 17 more things and then it freaks out. But you know, one problem at a time. Thankfully, now that I have the method down for this, I can just slap it together immediately. Which is why we left room for this to be expandable. Always leave expansion space. That is like a cardinal rule of an automation game for those who don't do these a lot. Always leave room to expand, because you will always need to expand it at some point. The factory must always be able to grow. Like, I did a horrible thing with how I set up the automation for science, for example. With how this has no room to become better. It also kind of doesn't need to unless I really want my science to be going very fast. But I'm also not in any hurry. So am I crazy, or did it slow down more at some point? Or is it... No, his lights don't need Science Pack 2s. Otherwise it wouldn't have made any progress. So something's... I think just the decreased speed at which it was getting the bars, since it was fighting with these two machines, is what screwed that whole thing up. So I may want to actually add yet another smelter to make sure that this belt stays more full then. This one's mattering more about that than the iron is, but there's also more demand on the iron line, on the copper line at the moment. So that makes nothing but sense. I also fully acknowledge that this is probably only interesting to a certain subset of people, and well, I happen to be in that subset of people, so... Belts and numbers make brain go burr. Ah, god damn it. Why are you different? No. Try again. I don't know why it doesn't default to the same direction as the other ones. But it's fine. You could probably also like click drag build all of the furnaces you'd ever need. Which, speaking of, just for sake of completing the quest, I'm gonna do a thing here. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Okay, no, you can't click drag them. But you can free build, which is concerning. Well, I know what I'm doing for a minute here. Anyway. The fact that this lets me do this is amusing to me. There we go, quest's done. What are physics? Those don't matter.
You're right. This will provide a good supply of plates and rods. But
Exactly, Paula.
soon we might have to scale it up even further. For now, let's not get ahead of ourselves and just take a moment to celebrate this victory.
They want me to build lights now that I researched lights, too.
Are you feeling a little spooked when it's dark? No worries, BB. We can create some light poles to brighten up our nights.
Why don't these robots have night vision? You know, that just occurred to me. It's like, they're robots. Why would they need to have an issue seeing in the dark? You would think machines would have, like, some kind of low light vision or night vision of some kind. I'm just gonna clean this mess up now. There we go. If I'd known they were gonna ask me to build lights as soon as I researched lights, I wouldn't have researched lights at all. This doesn't seem like you get rewards for doing these. It just is like, oh hey, you did this, so here. Go ahead and do something with that information. Guess we'll get more inventory slots. I'm just cleaning up all of the blue science pack science till I get around to figuring out automating red. It's conveyors and building blocks, huh? Okay. So building blocks are just plates and rods, so that's easy. And it was conveyors, right? Yeah. Hey there, Gita. How you doing? Machinery parts and plates. Okay. So conveyors are literally just plates on plates, just with an extra step in between. It's good to know that... Oh wait, no, that's a blurp sound, not a sound alert sound. So, no proof of that working yet, but it's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Oh, hell yeah. That's exciting news. I understand that it's probably also making you nervous because of the finals coming up, but I'm happy for you that graduation is so near. Soon you shall be free. Well, relatively free. You'll be free to have a completely different problem. But, you know. Good news regardless. So, Brain. Brain, I need you to catch up with concepts right now. Let's see. We're outputting plenty of mechanical parts. So, do I do just a quick and dirty way to do this? The answer, at the rate I'm going today, is yes. It definitely doesn't have any real WoW elements to it, but I understand from a visual perspective why you're pulling that. Like, some of the model types do fit that a little bit, so I 100% see what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's the coloring type. For sure. It evokes that era. I didn't want to be down here. I fell down here again, and all I can see is green. Which way is that facing? I'm doing fine so far. Having a little bit of mental processing issues figuring out what I'm doing here, but that's nothing new. I've been having a good time with it so far, Jay, and I saw that you picked it up. How have you been doing with it? I think we started around the same time, so I would anticipate that to be close, yeah. I had debated asking you if you wanted to be a part of this, but I know I'd be starting when it's getting kind of late for you. So it didn't seem like the best idea to bring up. Aww. Possibly in the future. Depends on if Jay's done with it by the time you're ready to pick it up. And if he so desires to do such things. But I would definitely be open to it. I don't think Tiny's here right now, no. I have not seen Tiny yet today. I don't know about that one, Jay. Can definitely watch me do things. I don't know about the better part. Considering some of the very janky ways of accomplish things. Like running the essentially space coal all the way underneath the base just so I keep my power in the same place I had my biomass going. See, I need that to output. Oh, that's what I did. No, I don't want you outputting lights. You shouldn't even be making lights. You should be making... What was it that I wanted you making? These things. Because you get the plates from there. You need to make another loader. I'm sorry I made you want to play WoW again. That is something I feel like I have to apologize for. There we go. Now we've got automated conveyor belts. Oh, neat. They come out in nice little cubes. So that's neat. I played WoW for a little while. It's not something I cared for, but I'm also not huge on MMOs to begin with. And WoW is a very, well, MMO. I hope you're ready to take your time getting to what you want, because that's how it's going to work. Exactly, Jay. Crispy WoW is potentially suffering. I say as someone who went through the very fascinating experience that was Ragnarok Online. So I really have no room to talk at all. But at the same time, it's very much a case of what can you handle? I have been accused of having bad taste on many occasions, and I can't say that that's inaccurate. Considering the things people have seen me play, I can't say that I have good taste. There we go. We'll set that up to be the machine that makes those. I really should make an automated loader making machine at some point. Oh, backwards again. There we go. Like, I run around and play things like Samurai Western. I cannot say that I'm a bastion of knowledge as far as quality video games go. Okay, there we go. Conveyors are input automatically now. I need to bring my plates and my rods together. So, how do I manage to do that? I mean, not quite the intent for that redeem, but this is an accurate statement. Other things that would be described as Minecraft in space would be, let's see. Oh, which one to even start with? Starbound. No, Starbound's Terrarian space. That's not quite there. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're asking me what Minecraft in space could be. There was actually a very specific game. I own this game, but I'm blanking on its name because its name is incredibly generic. It's not Infiniminer, it's something along those lines. It has building structure almost exactly like these cube-based buildings here, and it's another automating game. I think we're both thinking of the same game, and I'm just blanking on the name. That's fine, Gita. And I remember hearing about people getting confused when they would start a Dark Knight and start at a different level. Wasn't there another class that started at a different level as well? Something that came out in one of the expansions after that, I think? Like, I know things about that game, I just don't remember them, nor did I actively pay attention. I just absorbed that information by proxy. I might be just thinking of being able to skip levels as well, since it might be one of those things where it came out around the time where boosts were becoming more commonly used. And that might be where my brain crossed. Yeah, it probably was a little weird. Especially if, but didn't you have to get to a certain point before you were allowed to make a Dark Knight, so it kind of worked out? I know if I look at my library, I'd be able to remember the name of this game that Walla's describing. Because I know exactly the game. Because I played it for a few hours like a year ago. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm not doing it. Like, the name is incredibly generic, and that's what's making it hard for me to remember what it was. See, I could see that being the problem with something like that, yeah. Is you get to skip ahead. I think we might actually be thinking of different ones then. Because I don't remember space being part of the name, but I think it's something craft. I think it was something craft. Is it? I remember it sounding almost like a Minecraft mod. It's like right there, and I'm just not quite getting there. It was like Infinicraft or something stupid like that. And it had a subtitle as well. Space Engineers is also very much Minecraft in space. That wasn't the one I was thinking of. I think I went too deep. Space Engineers is definitely the easy answer. But I think I went into an obscure brain hole that I think nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about. This is also accurate. I live in a mental abyss. This is truth. Rock and Stone is also always a good choice. Now I need to check the one I was thinking of, since we've now proven that that wasn't the one Vala was trying to imply. Fortress Craft, that's the one. Fortress Craft Evolved was what I was thinking of. I could not quite get the rest of the name in my brain because it's such a generic fucking name. That's why I couldn't remember it. And it was longer ago than I thought. Turns out that was 6 years ago that I last touched
Flawless
that.
victory.
Yeah, that was the biggest issue with it, I think, was the UI was horrific. It had good ideas otherwise, but man, that UI was a choice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let me tell you, Gita, sometimes it's better not to know much, because then you end up in positions like I am, where I have to sift through thousands of games. Minecraft, but made in Unity. That isn't Vintage Story. So Vintage Story basically is Minecraft in Unity. But you aren't a person. Which I want to go play more Vintage Story at some point. I really need to remember that that game exists more often. Like, the fucked up thing is, the main reason I keep forgetting Vintage Story exists is it doesn't exist in any of the convenient launchers that I've, at this point, been trained only to look in because the way goddamn launchers work. But if it isn't Vintage Story, I don't know which one you mean, actually. Well, I think you might have me on that one in general, because the made in Unity part's actually the thing that's not helping me. And I mean, that is also a fact, Gita. Tetris is good. Almost every version of Tetris is good. And it isn't the game we were talking about earlier. Do you mean Minesweeper, Gita? Or does it have a different name? And that's why there's that confusion. It might just be one of those names that doesn't translate. Yeah, there you go. It's one of those things where the local names are different and it gets a little weird. I have now completely lost my train of thought. But that's nothing new for today. It's like, no, it's fine. That's exactly what that redeem is there for. Is to test my brain, but it's been so long. Go ahead and say that one, yeah, because it's not coming to my mind. I feel like I should know which one you're talking about, but my brain's not firing off of that description. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I would not have looked at it from that angle, but that does make sense. That is a description that fits for it. Fwala is trying to tease me. I understand how this works. This is also accurate. No, I'm enjoying having these options brought up to me that is making it slightly complicated for me to remember what games these are. Because a lot of the time, I can pull what game it is out of a very bad description. These are good descriptions, they're just not firing in the right way for me to process. Yeah. Now it has a sequel type deal, yeah. Which, I loved TerraTech. I just haven't gotten around to TerraTech Worlds yet because... well, there's just too damn many games out there. It's that simple. There's just too many fucking games. Okay, you have... the first TerraTech I don't think was, or if it did... yeah, I was gonna say, or if it did, it didn't work very well. It's one of those, they decided to just do the multiplayer better the second time instead of fixing the original one. I need to... this. Honestly, I don't think I've finished any of the Assassin's Creed games. Is there another series that I feel like consistently outstays their welcome? It's the same issue I have with a lot of things Ubisoft has made since that series. And that is that they jam a lot of extraneous nonsense in their games. Which is great for the longevity of a game, don't get me wrong. But it just doesn't do anything for me at that point. Because it reaches a point of being too much for not enough return on time investment. And yeah, if you don't have a PC to play things, it does complicate what you can play. That is definitely a fact of life. Really gonna make me have to fiddle with this to get it to work properly, aren't you? So I just want that belt to turn. Isn't Mindustry on phones? Doesn't that game have a mobile version? But I think that's the only one you could get. I think that would be like your only option. I cannot get this belt to turn here. I'm gonna have to redo this just because the belts are stupid. I like Mindustry. Even though there are many times where I don't like Mindustry anymore. Because of the way Mindustry is. Oh god. You know, I forgot COD Mobile existed, and I feel like I was happier in those times where I forgot that that existed. But you know, here we are now. In a world where I remember that that's a thing that exists. You know, I can get behind that as well, honestly. Oh yeah, you can have all the pride you want as far as that goes. I just agree with Voila that I try not to think that that series exists at all anymore. There was a period where I enjoyed that, at least in like a couch multiplayer or setting. Yeah, exactly, Jay. You understand exactly the time I'm talking about. So personally, for that genre game, I would reach more for something like Time Splitters or things like that. But, you know, what you got is what you got. I did notice you were playing Hydroneer a lot, yeah. That's on that list of factory or automation games that I have considered playing numerous times and then ends up falling into the memory hole and not being seen again before I get to the point of actually playing it. Oh, nice. That is a very important question. I feel like I'm over here playing Roller Coaster Tycoon right now, trying to make this spell go where I want it to. Yeah. That I remember being one of the reasons I didn't end up picking up the game immediately. Ooh, boy. That's a choice to bring up. That's a game that exists. And I know you did that one on purpose. You know, it's at this moment that I'm realizing I might have done a bad here. I might have made a mistake. Yep, I sure did make a mistake. Okay, how am I gonna fix this mistake? Oh, I'm gonna have to do some belt crimes. Oh, I'm gonna have to do some awful things with my conveyor belts here to make this work. Those that are sensible may want to look away for a few minutes while I do what I'm going to do here, because it's going to look probably horrific. I mean, I would assume most people have phones, yes. That depends on how close you pay attention to what I'm doing, Voila. I might be causing people some psychic damage with what I'm about to do. There's a lot of memes, what can I say? I live in a cave. Are you surprised that I don't know a meme? is good news. I don't know a lot of things. I know a lot of things, and then I don't know a lot of things. This is also not going to be as bad as I was worried it was going to be, so it's probably not going to hurt people as much as I was worried it was going to. Precisely, Jay. Oh, see, no, I just blocked the entire thing around Diablo Immortal out of my mind. That's why that one didn't kick. Because I used to be somebody who liked the Diablo series, and let me tell you, everything that happened after a certain point has made me not think about that series ever again. And just everything involving that just gets deleted from memory. Yeah, no, that's exactly a fact. Used to care, don't anymore. Just like most anything attached to Blizzard, I no longer care. You're fine. It's only fair somebody he sends cursed thoughts back at me with all the cursed things I say and do all the time. You know, can I just put the assembler up here? I didn't even care about Overwatch 1 that much. I enjoyed it briefly playing it with other people, and then when the people I was playing it with didn't play it anymore, I couldn't be bothered to play it any further. That depends. You want some horse armor to go with that horse? I put this here. Can I... Oh yeah, I did hear the whole debacle with them once again going back on the idea of PvE. You have to have foundation underneath some things for it to work properly. But now that you say that, now I have to try with the assembler, because I didn't try the assembler yet. I know the power generator was getting mad at me that there wasn't foundation underneath everything. You can always count on me to try weird nonsense and see if it works. You probably should, Gita, especially if you've got finals coming up. But at the same time, how are you going to sleep knowing that we don't like WoW? Okay, in order to get this... Oh, wait, no, I turned snapping off. That's what lets me do this. Eh. Really, though, sleep well, Gita. It was great to see you. Yeah, when you're in a top-down perspective, it's kind of hard to go up. See, Gita, I have to have a brain before you can eat it, and I think that's going to really be a problem with your plan there. I have scrolled through the tech tree a little bit, but I didn't go all the way through it. Okay, yeah, see, there we go. It does need foundation under it. That foundation doesn't have to be touching the ground, though. Is what you can do. This is absolutely not the place I should do this. But for demonstration purposes, I'm going to do this anyway. I'm going to need to move it to do this correctly, though. There's a trick to that. Don't worry. Power will be solved. I just need to move some things around a little bit to make this plan work. Just gotta go a little higher. Good night, Gita. So now we pop this in. It's this game, but the devs are fans of goats. So it's satisfactory is what you're saying. Because it's Coffee Stain who made Goat Sim. Some connections my brain will make immediately. Other connections takes it a little more. Oh, I'm back on snap mode. That's why this isn't working. So I need a completely free space underneath it. Is what you do is you just put a little connector there. And GJ, could that be Deep Rock Galactic? The game that recently got a Vampire Survivor style game as well? That's also Tectonica. Tectonica is another good option for that. Which is what we were discussing before. But I was making a joke first because of Rock and Stone being brought up earlier. Build a quarry and mine a big hole in the map automatically. See, you've got options for that one to a degree, because technically you could say Minecraft, because an early Minecraft mod was Buildcraft, which would allow you to build a quarry and mine a hole in the entire map. Yeah, see, Voila's on the same thought I am. Okay, good, that is what you were thinking of. Now, where is the panel? There it is. Now, this is the one problem with this idea. This machine works entirely, but the panel's up there. That's the problem. And you need this little connector here in order for power to transfer. This is actually the same way power works in Tectonica. You can build weird nonsense to connect power or lines that way, because I did it before in that too. Let's see, I wanted this building blocks. There we go, it works perfectly fine. Part of me wants to go back to those days, and then part of me... Company of Heroes, but with rats. I know what game that is. It's the... I can picture it in my head, but I cannot remember the name of it. Isn't there like a revolution of rats happening, something along those lines? And that's the main gist of that game. And then building boats instead, that's probably Raft that Jay's thinking of there. Now that's fine, that just means it's gonna take me a second more to think about that one. Because I probably do know the one you mean, I just need to filter for a moment and see if I get there. Because I live for obscure nonsense. I just shot for Raft first because it made sense with the description. Oh, there's another one then, because there is a Rad RTS that was out for a while that I was thinking of, and I thought that's the one you meant, then that one I don't know at all. That one I got nothing for, because I haven't been keeping up with upcoming releases at all. The one where you start in prison, would that be the Suffering? Because there's two different Suffering games, and I want to say one of them you do actually go through actual legitimate portals to hell. It's either that or you're taking a twist on one of the later Dooms, which I believe you start in a prison-like area as well. Okay, so there's another one that falls into that line. Okay. I'm gonna need to take a bit to think about that one too, and that one I might not get then. Same with the takes a long time to build a floating box. Oh wait! That's the original Prey, isn't it? Is you get abducted by aliens, you were imprisoned, and then there's a lot of weird portals and nonsense in that one. Okay, I have found another connecting one that is still not the right one. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I know that one then. Or I'm not making the right connection, perhaps. I'm gonna feel stupid when you answer this one, probably. Like I said, I was gonna feel stupid when you told me the answer to that one. That makes perfect sense, but I just wasn't even thinking about any of the Elder Scrolls at all. Because that's another series that just doesn't sit at the forefront of my brain ever anymore. And I'm gonna go ahead and give up on the one Jay said as well. I feel like I will know the answer when it's said, but it's not coming to mind. Y'all have been doing great today of finding things that I just cannot pull from my brain. Oh, goddammit, I do know that one. I just didn't even think about the floating box concept with it. But no, that makes perfect sense. Because, God, that game is complicated. And the 5 hours thing, I think, wasn't firing for me because of the fact that I'm so used to having everything I hold dear blown up before 5 hours have passed. Oh yeah, no, it is brutal. It is absolutely fascinating, but it is brutal. Like, that is a whole other level of building game right there. Okay, now those all come down to Earth here. I really need to make an automated loader making machine. In this game, a dead fish is smarter than you. Isn't that one of the Oddworld games? If it isn't one of the Oddworlds, I don't remember what you're talking about with that one either. Okay, it's just taking a while to make. I was like, why is this still not outputting? Did I do something wrong? Which, I did. I made this. This is wrong on many levels, but... Because what I should have done was go high enough that I could stack it on top of the other automation machines instead. But as a demonstration piece, this works. And at least I can fit underneath it. No, I feel like I'm gonna need more than a dead fish is smarter than you to get that one. No, the problem is I can think of 1,000 games where you play the stupidest person who ever walked the earth, and I don't feel like going through the entire list. That's why I need something to narrow it down. Like, since it's you, you're probably making a joke about extermination because it's Dennis. But it's one of those things where it's like, this could have a lot of options. But you understand why I'm like, hang on. Is it that simple? Is he trying to lure me into thinking that and then have it be something else? Like that, this is... You know, that's fair. That is entirely fair. Okay, now I need to expand my iron production, though, because now that we need iron more, it's falling apart. Which is what I predicted before, I just was too lazy to fix it. Yeah, by all means, if y'all want to keep throwing more games at me, keep going. I'm enjoying this. My brain is slightly melted, so I'm botching some of them, but... we'll figure it out. Lower quality Minecraft, but has a city builder aspect. There's a couple for that. There's a couple. And I assume, based on the description... Okay. And is it done from the same perspective as Minecraft? Because I can think of a couple games that have a city builder aspect put onto them that could be described similarly, but are from multiple different perspectives. Like, is it a first-person game, a third-person game, top-down, what have you? What's up, Shadow? How you doing today? They're trying to break my mind by giving me strange descriptions for games, and I'm seeing if I could remember any of them. First-person Minecraft-ish game that has city building. Man. I feel like Vala's messing with me, and this is going to be a bit of a stretch. But I also feel like it's going to still be accurate. That doesn't matter. If it ends up being something I didn't play, then that's unfortunate for me as far as figuring it out goes, but then I learned something, so that's fine. But I have played a concerning amount of things, and I'm aware of a lot more than that. So, I can probably figure out most things. feel like I know the answer to your thing here, Voila, but yeah, you got me again. I don't actually know which one you mean with that. Because city building focused ones are not popping to mind right now. But I know of a few that exist. Okay, yeah. I should have thought of that one because I do know that that exists. I just haven't thought of it in like a year or so. Back when people were doing a lot of coverage on the game and then the game fell off the face of the planet. But that does make sense with that description. Story-focused, existential, third-person action RPG. Got some good options for that one. Got some good options for that one. Like, my gut instinct wants to, both as a joke and as a real answer, say Kingdom Hearts. And based on that reaction, I think I'm not far off. Rip off your arm and use it as a club or a boomerang. You're very stupid. Is the main character a zombie, Snork? Because that'll narrow it down to 2 options. If they are a zombie. Okay, okay. If I'm close with Kingdom Hearts, that narrows it down quite a bit. But I feel like... what is this? So I feel like I should know what this is. It's an existential third-person action RPG. And it being third-person narrows it down quite a lot, actually. Especially when it comes to third-person RPGs anybody's gonna remember. Okay, it's a PS1 game. That actually helps a lot. But it's not the ones I was thinking of then. Oh wait. It's not medieval, is it? For you, Snork? With it being close to being a zombie because you're a skeleton, and I believe you can use your arm in the medieval games. Okay. Yeah, the hero's name thing is what didn't help, because I forgot the main character of medieval off the top of my head. But like arm boomerangs and things like that have been used a few times. Right. Because he was taken out in the first wave of combat, but somehow got treated as the hero anyway and became a whole thing. And Shadow, can I get a hint to narrow yours down a little bit? Because I have a few ideas in mind, but I'm not getting them to fully come to mind. So, fun fact, I never played either of the medieval games until recently, by comparison. Okay. So it's a Square game. Existential third-person action RPG. That narrows it down a lot and not, because they've done a few things you could consider existential. And they've done a handful of third-person action RPGs. But only some of them were things people would even remember. That involves me remembering the plots of any of those a lot more than I do. I very much hold on to the plots of games more than expected, but I usually am missing a lot of pieces, especially on Square games, because a lot of those I find I don't pay that much attention after a while. Well, gee, voila, could that be Lethal Company? Yeah, I filtered out Final Fantasy because I was pretty sure you weren't suggesting that. Is it could... Initially, there was the thought of it potentially being like 15 or the Stranger in Paradise could potentially have been a thought process there, but that's not that existential, so I filtered those out already. Square game that isn't Final Fantasy, that's a third-person action RPG. It's on the tip of my brain. I know this. But it's one of the weirder things Square made, because it's not... If it's what I'm thinking it is, it's not attached to any of their ongoing IPs. This is an odd one. No, that was the joke answer I gave at the beginning, and it isn't that. Unless you're thinking of a different thing that starts with K. Which is a possibility. Because I think they do have another separate thing that starts with K. And I don't think that's the right genre. I'm gonna feel stupid when I don't get this. I can feel it in my bones that I should know the answer to this one, because it's right there. But I'm gonna have to put my hands up on that one because I don't want to sit here and dwell on this too long. What is it, Shadow? Let me prepare to kick myself the second it shows up on screen. Because I know this, but I cannot get it to come up. And that's been a trend today. This has been a great way to pass time while I let the machines run. Oh, you're talking... Wait, did they... Wait. Is my first reaction as soon as you say that is that it's one of the Nier games. Which applies, but I forgot that Square was involved with that is the problem. That's the part I forgot, is that Square had a hand in that. Yeah, I just completely forgot that. But the Nier games are fantastic. I just, again, like I said, lost the fact that it was Square. Pokemon Clone, you played it and complained about money. That could be a couple things. Because here's the thing, Pokemon Clone applies to 3 different things I can think of that I've streamed before. And in multiple of those, I've complained about money. I'm assuming you're talking about Pal World, but there are 2 other Pokemon clones I can think of that I complained about money in. But I think they were before you started following the channel, so I don't think you saw those. I've been meaning to actually go through the whole Drakengard series for the channel. Because the only Drakengard game I completed was Drakengard 2. And I've been meaning to play 1, and I'll have to figure out a way to play 3 and actually stream it. Which is probably going to involve getting a capture card. And very old top-down game about dwarves digging 2 was the one I had. I played it when I was growing up. You know, it was the good old times of playing things you owned. I couldn't give a rat's ass about what's canon and what isn't canon. And very old top-down games about dwarves digging could be a couple things. I feel like you're talking about Dwarf Fortress, Voila, based on the very old description. But it could be a couple other options as well. But I feel like Dwarf Fortress would be something you would be thinking of. Okay, it's not that. About dwarves digging. Here's the thing. Define for me a bit about what you mean with very old. Okay, so it isn't Pal. Okay. Pokemon clone that I complained about money in. That could have been Koromon. I think I complained about money when I was playing that because I kept running out of money. So that's a deep cut. It's been a while since I played that one. You know? I never did finish that either. But okay, so I do remember that. But yeah, Voila, when you say very old, are you talking like DOS age old or just like 20, 30 years old? Because that's gonna be 2 different answers. Back in 2012. Okay. I think I do know what that one is. That's from a side-on perspective, yeah? You look at it... Oh, a free-to-play version. Okay, that's not the game I'm thinking of, then. Or maybe it was. That's an impressive thing to have done there, Shadow, since... that's a decent length of content to get through, to have gotten through everything that they actually pay attention to in that whole line. Though I do find it fascinating that those 2 series are connected. A game that has a free-to-play version and a not free-to-play version that involves digging. Yeah, no, I've heard Drakengard 1 is upsetting and aggravating in places. Though 2 was definitely very frustrating at points too, so I'm not shocked by that. Specifically, I remember the end of that one being not great. Yeah, was I even on the right line of thought there, Voila, with it being you look at it from the side and you're watching them go up and down their tunnels, knock trees down if they need to, all of that city builder nonsense. I don't remember if the game I'm thinking of had a free version or not. No trees, okay. And that wasn't the... Okay, purely top-down. Right, you did say it was top-down. What am I... I'm getting mixed up. Purely top-down. It's about dwarves digging around... from 2012. Honestly, a case like that, Shadow, is not something I would worry about. I wouldn't be going for every ending. I would just be going for credits if I'm going to be going through it. Just because for a stream, that ceases being watchable content after a while, I would say. Unless people are invested in that specifically, and I don't think there's enough people that would be that invested in Drakengard 1 specifically for that to be of value to anybody. That's fine. Like I said, canon is irrelevant to me. It's all well and good that people care about that. More power to them. I'm not one of those people that worries about that. I feel like... this is another one where I feel like I know which one you're talking about, Voila. I don't think I played it, though. I think that is definitely one I've only seen but not played. And I'm gonna have to let you say this one, because... I cannot connect to this enough. So it being released in 2012 ticks something in the back of my brain. It's not hitting completely. God damn it. I was thinking that, but I thought that was a side view game. That's why I was asking about the side view. Yeah, I just remembered the perspective wrong then. Okay, that's fair enough. So I think I'm thinking of the one that was based on a board game. That either has the same name or a very similar name. And there was also another game that came out, I want to say in that same era, that was a side view game. Right, I do remember that, and there's actually some aspects of that that carries over to 2, I believe, of having to repeat things to get everything, but not necessarily actually repeating the same stages.
Corporate guidelines say we're using suboptimal energy generation methods. Only steam turbines provide maximum efficiency. We need to fix that.
But it's also been like 10 plus years since I've really thought about Drakengard 2, since I beat that in my teens, I want to say. It was that same era that I'd beaten things like Chaos Legion. Well, I had played things like Chaos Legion. I only ever then beat Chaos Legion on stream last year, I think? I think last year was Chaos Legion. Might have been the year before that at this point. It all starts to run together. Yeah, there's two different layers of thought for covering something like a Drakengard game or anything of those lines. And that is, you either have to go for full completion like what you're talking about, or you give people the start of the line, which then encourages them to pick up the game themselves if they want to see the rest of the story. And that can be a good way to encourage people to play it. Yeah. I tend to roll with the completion logic of, if you see credits roll, you have completed the game. You may not have gotten I should say you have beaten the game when credits roll, but you have not completed the game unless you do everything. That's the distinction I usually roll with, and my goal is usually to beat a game, not necessarily to complete a game as far as covering it for the channel goes. This way people have things of their own to do for the game once they've seen it played. And I'm just not the type of person to be a completionist. It tends to outstay its welcome before full completion is attained in most games. At least for me. That's one of those everyone's different deals, and everyone is more than welcome to handle that differently. Oh, absolutely. I never said they didn't. Here's the thing, Snork, that comes with being the one who covers obscure games, is that a lot of games that are obscure for a reason. It's because they're not that good. But that's not the point. The point is finding the magnificent weird shit out there and highlighting the weirdness that's out there. That's an old Xbox 360 game, right, Voila, that you're talking about? It was an Xbox Live Arcade thing? Yeah. I remember exactly what that is, but I don't remember the name anymore. I can picture it in my head, but I never played it. I only saw it played like the one time when I was a kid. Relative kid at that point. Like, I think I was teens, somewhere there, when I saw it. Oh, that's right, it did get ported, didn't it? Right. What is the name of that one? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Actually, I might have that too now that I think about it. Back when I was purchasing shovelware. Like murder miners. Oh, that's one of those games you gift to people as a joke and they hate you for it. Oh, memories. That I remember hearing and seeing, yeah. Because I've actually gotten that ending for Automata, I believe. I'm not gonna remember that much off the 360 arcade because I didn't do much with it. I am aware of Stray Souls, Snork, but I've not touched it at all myself yet. Nor have I even really seen much of any of it. Yeah, the Xbox Live Arcade's actually a very significant blind spot for me. So you've already got me pretty much on that one, voila. Because I don't think I ever actually had Xbox Live properly myself. Okay. There's a chance I would know it then, but I wouldn't make the connection. What's wrong with the patched version of Stray Souls? Yeah, no, that one wouldn't have rung any bells for me at all. What's funny is you're in that perfect era right after where a lot of my knowledge stops until like the era right after it, and then I pick back up again, unless it's a physical release. The physical releases on 360 and things of that time frame, I could tell you a lot of those. But if it's like an Xbox arcade only thing, I've got nothing. Top-down touch controls, action JRPG. That could be so many phone games. That could be so many phone games. Like, back in, like, 2019, 2018, I must have played dozens of phone RPGs. It started on Nintendo DS. Okay. That helps a lot, actually. And it's action-based. Okay. Top-down touch controls, action JRPG on the DS. don't think From the Abyss had touch controls. See, the problem is I'm probably going to forget that that any of these games had touch controls because I very rarely used them unless I absolutely had no other choice. Oh, okay, it's one of those situations, Snork. Okay, well, I probably wasn't gonna care about those either way. You can only play with touch controls. Okay. That does narrow it down, but I also avoided games that were touch control only on DS. So I feel like I would know the name, but I don't think I'd recognize the game offhand. Is usually anything that was touch control specific I didn't care for because I didn't care for the touch controls on the DS when I had a physical DS in my hand. Wait, combat requires touch controls. That's not the Suikoden game that was on DS, was it? And Ark Survival evolved, but without the dinosaurs, and recently got ruined by falling into the modern monetization with battle passes. I don't know if I would recognize one that fell into that because I don't really pay attention to that happening. It was also made by Square. See, the problem you're gonna run into here is Square's not a company that I was ever that excited about to begin with. So even if something was made by Square, that's not a fact about it that would stick in my brain necessarily. But combat requires touch controls, and it's a JRPG. Is it a series, or is it something that only got remade? Because that'll answer exactly what I'm thinking about. Because I think you know exactly what I'm asking about when I ask that. And I have to ask this question because I never played this game that I'm thinking about, so I don't know if the combat required touch controls, but it would make sense. And I'm not saying if the canon connects to other games, I'm saying if it itself is part of a series. It has only gotten a sequel recently. You see, I was thinking about The World Ends With You, because I don't know how the combat in that game works because I actually never played it. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't have enough information on the game in my brain to guarantee it all fit, so like, I need to check that a little bit. A ton of DLC that came to a lot of money. There's a few things that were like that, but things that were similar to Ark that had an asinine amount of DLC. Shadow is. Me personally, I have never actually played it. Welcome in. Or I should say Shadow might be a fan of that game. I don't know that for a fact. But they certainly know more about it than I do. Yeah, that was the crossing point in my mind, is I wasn't 100% sure if that was actually a sequel or a remake again, is why I asked it the way I did. Because like I said, I don't keep up with it, but I am approximately aware of it enough. something that got a stupid amount of DLC. The problem is that large quantities of DLC only somewhat narrows down games in this day and age. And it's probably a game I'm not thinking of because... I probably kicked this one off the top of my brain as well because of the fact that I didn't care about all of the discourse happening with it. It does. It really does. But it's been around as long as Ark and is very similar. Is it made by the same company, Voila? Because there's one from a very similar time that is the same thing but with a different theme, but I don't remember how much DLC it got. I don't think that got that much DLC at all. Okay, so it's not Atlas then. That's what I was trying to think of. Was it that? I feel like I know what you're talking about, Voila, but I've probably stopped thinking about this one for long enough that it's not gonna click. But it's from the same era of companies cranking out survival games, and it got a lot of DLC. Yeah, go ahead and say this one, because it's another I'm gonna kick myself, but it's not coming to mind because I think that's another one that I rejected out of my brain. You know, actually, I didn't even realize that had that much DLC. That's what made that one not work, because I've played that game. It's not terrible. I wouldn't say it's great. I also didn't realize it came out around the same time. I thought that was a couple years after. Then again, you did say around as old. So I think I narrowed too close. Was it really that close? Maybe I only heard about it too late then. Ah, okay. That might be part of it as well then. But I would have only paid attention to the Steam release as well, so... that ends up being more or less the same result in the end. Okay, now that's still running. That's still fine. I feel like I should be doing things, but I don't have that many things to do that have any meaning. Like, I don't know what a crusher is for. Oh, wow. That is closer than I thought. Oh, no, I know what happened. I only picked up Conan Exiles multiple years after its release. And my brain clicked into when I bought it as being when it released, because I bought a lot of games of that type on release. That's unfortunate that they added battle passes to that. Magic, I'm not opposed to it having added, as long as it's done correctly, but I would have to look at that to know whether it's done correctly or not. Well, then that's done wrong no matter how it's done otherwise. Never mind. Mystery solved. That just solves that right out the gate. So I need to grab some xenoferrite plates to figure out whether the crusher is going to be worth it to me at all. This really has just turned into podcast brain with occasional factory occurring behind it, and that's kind of what I expected to happen with this, because there's always going to be periods where you're sitting here doing nothing with this kind of game. No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. If anything, this is better than what was likely to happen otherwise, where I just stare at the factories and don't say anything because I run out of things to talk about. So, this is ideal, well, if I'm honest. And it's nice to see that I'm not as far gone information-wise as I thought I was. I don't do it that often anymore either, but this was new, and I'm like, you know what? Let's see if I can capitalize on it being new a bit. And I was gonna play it anyway. Oh, I did read that and not get to it. I'm sorry there, Snork. Just remember, there's a lot of information for me to be processing. Most effective way to kill enemies is with money. I'm assuming you're not going to be as simple as it for it to be one of the Stalker games there, Snork. Because that's, of course, the first reaction to that set of descriptions. But I don't... Is it that simple is the question. Because I don't recall being able to use money to solve problems that way in the Stalker games. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, is it's not that, because money's not used that way, that I remember. Yeah. And we can certainly find a time to fix that for both of us there, Voila. So it's post-apocalyptic Russian, and you're using money to solve your problems. And it's got survival elements. See, the only other game that falls into that line that I can think of off the top of my head is Chernobylite, but I don't think that's the right one. That both does and doesn't narrow it down there, Snork. And I'm assuming based on the fact that you're continuing explaining it's not Chernobylite, and I don't remember money being that much of a thing in that game anyway. Is it one of the Metro games? 'Cause that's the only other thing I could think of in that line of thought. If it isn't that, then I'm out of ideas. Okay. Because I have played most of that series, but I never finished any of them, so it's like maybe they're talking about some point in one of those games that I didn't experience, so I can't guarantee this. Yeah. Which is why you were saying money killed people, because the bullets were money. Yeah. That's why I started to line up to that idea, but I also couldn't guarantee it, is like maybe there's another thing that does this. Bullets make sense to be money in multiple situations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were the best bullets in the game. I seem to recall. So you had to make a trade between, do you buy things or do you get rid of problems? I don't remember if that carried on through the series or if that was primarily in the first one. Yeah, to finish my thought from before, I'm glad I don't know as much as I thought I did, because that means my brain still has other functions. Because people would always give me hell because I would be able to tell them what a game was, like, off of a single screenshot or off of, like, a handful of words pertaining to it all the time. But a lot of that involved very old things, not things from the past, like, 10, 20 years as much. Like, I could describe a lot of them from the past 10, 20 years, but there's also so many games out in the past like 10, 20 years that have passed me by entirely. So there's a lot of range for me to miss things. Take, for example, the existence of the Xbox Live Arcade that I was talking about before that I don't know much of anything about. I know there was a lot of very good things on there, but it's not something I was really that exposed to. Nor have I gone back to look at that specifically. So I'm not really sure there's a way to really go back and experience the Xbox Live Arcade. Outside of things that may have been ported or otherwise moved. I don't think there's even really a way to emulate that setup specifically. Because as I said on Blue Sky, I almost wanted to do a 360 game on the channel since we're at 360 followers specifically. But the Xbox 360 is one of those funny things that you can't really do a lot with that I know of. Because Microsoft is particular about that. And there's a few other issues at play on top of that. I don't think it exists as such anymore. Because I want to say it's basically just become the indie dev sections on modern Xbox. But I also don't use modern Xbox at all, so I can't say one way or the other on that. But I do say that basically the Xbox Live Arcade type of thing is basically what became indie development places on other sites and such. Not necessarily in a direct connection, but it's the same concept. Single-player, third-person action JRPG where the story takes place in an online game. That's either one of the dot hacks, it might be one of the Sword Art Online games that came out more recently. It's not Crosscode, since Crosscode's not technically third-person. No, the service is down at this point, Voila, so I don't think that works anymore. I don't think they have any of their servers running for any of that stuff anymore. And Fallout 3 on console might need an Xbox Live account. Still, I'm not sure. Didn't Fallout 3 on PC need a Games for Windows Live account? Not an Xbox Live account? And I think that got patched out of the PC version. I don't know if it got fixed on any of the console versions. Because I want to say I tried to run it a few years back, and it wasn't an account issue that made it not run, but it's not a good PC port. Like, that PC port's got some problems. But yeah, the Dot Hack series is fantastic. To finish the thought towards what Shadow was trying to get me to remember. The Dot Hack games are incredible. Yeah, New Vegas I could always get to run. 3, when I tried it a couple years ago, just refused to run on the system I had. And I know people constantly have had issues with it. You can definitely get it to work. I just haven't sat down and tried again. Hell, I haven't thought about... Well, yeah, no, I wasn't talking about what you were saying. I was talking about what Walla was talking about. But yeah, I've heard good things about Tale of Two Wastelands. I do want to try that at some point. It's interesting that both 3 and 4 go to the lowest quality. You would think 3 would go highest and 4 would go down. Yeah, they have a bit of old game syndrome on some of the things that go on with those. It was as far as the dot hack games go. I was very pleasantly surprised that there was that, what was it, a re-release of GU on Steam before? I don't remember if it was actually a proper remaster or if it was just a re-release on Steam not too awful long ago. That I remember people getting very excited about. That is still on my to pick up list, but never ended up happening. And yeah, I would figure you could run both 3 and 4 on max. Just, you would think the auto read would at least understand that your system is beyond its requirements, but it probably doesn't know what it's looking at when it auto reads. Oh, they did add content to that? To the newer version of GU? Okay. That's good. Oh, voila. That narrows it down and doesn't. There's a few of those. His anime Dark Souls could be Code Vein, could be like 3 other things. I mean, that's fine. It makes them more accessible to people, and that's more important than anything. Yeah, I figured it was Code Vein, but I also was like, there's a couple answers for that one. I just have no train of thought for what I'm trying to do here. I'm just looking around, making sure everything's still moving as it's supposed to. Because we didn't research the new ore to go collect. I'm kind of in the same camp, honestly, Shadow. I enjoyed bits and pieces of it, but I never could finish it because it just only did so much for me when I was playing it. And then the person I was playing it with lost interest as well, and I'm like, I can't be bothered to finish this at this point by myself. You have no name, you are a prisoner, you get mugged at the start, and you fight an undead cult, wizards, demons, and a lot of greedy people. That is a lot of... That actually is a few games. At least that fall in a similar line to that. Maybe not all of the beats are there for every single one of them, but there's a couple. I think Arx Fatalis you have a name, but I don't remember you having a name. And you definitely get the shit kicked out of you and dumped in a prison at the beginning of that one. I tell you what, Snork, how old is this one? That's gonna help me figure out which one you mean, because there's like I said, there's a couple that could technically fall into the same line. Well, that's where all the design work went, Shadow. Over 20 years, and it is an Arx Fatalis. Game set in a Scandinavian country that you work on a car and go rally racing. Is that Jalopy, Voila? Or is Jalopy not in a Scandinavian country? I can't remember what country Jalopy's set in. Okay, so it isn't that one. Okay, so it's not Arx Fatalis and it's not Jalopy for the other one. And you're fighting undead cults, wizards, demons, lots of greedy people. The series had 4 parts. Okay. Then it's not one of the Legend of Grimrock games because that's only 2 parts, not 4. It's the getting mugged at the start that I'm not managing to click the thought onto. That's the one part that's not matching anything I'm thinking of, and I genuinely can't think of anything that starts that way that I remember the start of. And I think Jalopy's the only thing I'm gonna manage to make a connection with in my mind for yours, Walla, so I'm gonna have to give up early on that one. Because I did not do much of anything that involves rally racing. Yeah, go ahead and tell me, Snork, because I think the mugging's gonna throw me off on that one. Oh, I've heard of the name for that one, but I don't think I've ever had any involvement either watching or playing My Summer Car. But I remember hearing the name before. See, that's the thing. I couldn't make the connection with the mugging at the start. The Gothic series made sense for that, but I also forgot that Gothic had a fourth game because nobody talks about the fourth Gothic game. Because that game's awful. That's impressive, actually. You understand completely why I forget that there, Snark. That's one of those you just rejected from memory, like, no. No. No more. But I do own the whole Gothic series, so you would think I'd know that. But I forgot about the mugging. Aren't you like in a quarry in the first one? And that's the whole shtick for that, is you're like dumped in this hole where everybody's mining to their death, basically. Something along those lines. Okay. At least I remember the start of that game correctly. I just didn't put two and two together with the mugging part. Is they take everything you had. You know, I don't know how to feel about the fact that on a bunch of these, my mind has been close and I just never finished closing that gap. I don't know if I'd be happier if I had no clue, or if I should be happy that I've been getting close. I keep hitting tab because I've been playing so much 7 Days to Die, so I keep trying to press tab to close the menu, and then it doesn't happen, and I'm like, what is happening here? Why menu no close? Oh right, what I was trying to do was I was gonna make the crusher to see if the crusher does anything meaningful. Because we'll just pop this down and have a look at it. What do you do? Oh, you just make that. You know, I don't really know if I'd consider that a crushing function. I feel like that's just combining. Because if you look at them, they don't look like dust. They're just a bunch of rocks mixed together. So shouldn't this really be a mixer, not a crusher? Now the question becomes, what does that blend even do? And y'all are welcome to continue throwing more of these at me. I'm just finally getting my brain back on track of doing things. I'm willing to bet, though, I don't have anything researched that actually uses that blend. Because even the explosives don't use that mix. Oh, actually that makes perfect sense because you're mixing iron with carbon to make steel. Yeah, okay. That's what they're doing with that. Okay. And I haven't researched the rest of the steel working stuff, which is why we have no recipes that use the xenoferrite ignium ore blend. That's either Ridge Racer or Gran Turismo, most likely. One of those two. And I'm feeling Gran Turismo. Okay, it's not either of those. Is this a singular game or is this a series then? Because if it's a singular game, that is a different answer. Okay. So it's not the flat out games either. And it's not the burnouts, because those are both series. And the main reason I'm not gonna get that one there, Shadow, is that doesn't narrow it down at all. That could be like 50 different games. Depending on whether you're talking recent games or old games, counting in games that would have needed to be translated. Okay, street racing game similar to Need for Speed. It was on the N64. Japanese side-scroller on the N64. It was a puzzle platformer. And I'm assuming you're not talking about Mischief Makers. Because that's, of course, the first anime-like thing that comes to mind on the N64. But that, I feel, would be too easy. What, you're surprised somebody knows what Mischief Makers is? That's one of the most popular N64 games there is. Yes. Shake, 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 shake. It's also a treasure game. Treasure makes good things. Please, if you throw things people consider obscure, then I will hit it more often than things people recognize. Oh, no, no, no. On release, it was not popular at all in the West, but it's since been picked up by a lot of people. That's what I'm saying. It has become popular. I'm getting there, Voila. I'm still processing. But no, in the past, like, 10, 15 years, Mischief Maker has had a pretty big uptick in popularity compared to where it was, because more people have discovered it via things like emulation. You are absolutely correct that in its time, nobody knew what Mischief Makers was. I had it once upon a time. It's more popular than a lot of things I play, so popular is relative. But that's fair. And that description doesn't really mean anything to me offhand there, Snork. That's a very specific description. And I'll credit you for very specific description, but that one doesn't click anything for me. Like, I think that's the first one where I've gotten absolutely nothing feedback-wise from my brain on. Yeah, popular PS1 to 2 racing game. Would you say it's more simulation or arcade racing there, Voila? Yeah, no, I would have never gotten that because I got 4 with the DLC, but I never played even enough of 4 to get past the first area, I think, and I just did not care for it at all. Okay, so it's more of an arcade racing style game, most likely, then. Yeah, I think I am going to need another hint, because there were quite a few racing games on the PS1/2. Including street racing. The name had a time frame as part of the title. Oh, god damn it. I think there might be a couple things that are going to make them drag their feet on bringing Mischief Makers to NSO, unfortunately. I don't remember the whole situation with that, but I remember people talking about there being some potential issues with that one, as far as getting it to go up to the NSO, which is unfortunate because more people should play Mischief Makers because it's a very good game. Getting 100% with it is a bitch, but that's how those things go. Yeah, there is that. Well, good news. My memory of Gothic 2 and 3 is about as spotty as my memory of Gothic 1, so you could probably get it through, but you're gonna want to wait long enough that I won't be like, well, you know, it's probably just another Gothic game as you've been going through the whole line here. You gotta be clever with that one. And I feel like I'm going to know exactly what you're talking about once you say it, Voila, but I'm not remembering the game offhand. That would also work, yeah. Because that's another streamable platform for you, so that would work. Go ahead, Voila. I'm going to kick myself immediately, but I just cannot. Okay, yeah, that's why that one wasn't coming to mind, because that was one of like 2 or 3 racing games on that set of consoles that I never played. I remember seeing it in the lists, but it never had any connection to me. But you saying time should have clued me into the midnight thing. But for some reason my brain was like, does it have a year at the beginning of it? What year would even matter? And an intact N64 is not the easiest or cheapest thing to get these days either. The only Need for Speed I really played that much was... what was the name of that one? Most Wanted, that was the one. That was the only one I had really played much. And the reason why I was thinking things like Gran Turismo and such were... That was one of the ones I had played back then, and of course, the Burnout games and the Flatout games are the ones I played the most as far as racing goes on those consoles. I still need to get a capture set up so I don't have to emulate everything I'm doing, but at the same time, emulation is so convenient. I have mostly positive feelings about Burnout Paradise, but it definitely hits different than the rest of the Burnout series. And I know a lot of people don't like Burnout Paradise, but I didn't really have any serious complaints with it. It just didn't feel the same. Turismo was alright. It was never a favorite of mine, because I felt like it was a little too simulation for me, and I'm not like a hardcore racer. That's fair. I 100% understand the desire to have the physical copies. And a lot of things I play, I have physical copies of. They're just not what's running the game at the time. Like, I still have my copy of Chaos Legion and things like that still sitting on that shelf over there. But most of the library I still personally have on hand is my PS2 stuff. And some of the PS1 stuff. And yeah, the thing of it ends up being I don't have a capture card to begin with, so there's the initial little price outlay of purchasing a capture card before you even take into account converters from there. And up until recently, I've been running on, like, incredibly low funds, so a capture card was never viable. These days, I could probably swing a capture card. You work with the Mafia, you sell drugs from an ice cream truck, and most hated the helicopter mission. Oh, that's 100% fair, yeah. Because it's a completely different feeling having the original controller in your hands and seeing all of the original hardware in front of you. The thing is, the helicopter mission makes me think of a Grand Theft Auto. And you do have ties to the Mafia in some of the Grand Theft Auto games. But for some reason, my brain is getting caught on the sell drugs from an ice cream truck thing, because I don't remember that in anything. The PS3 has a few fun things, like Dark Sector. So didn't Dragon Guard 3 get ported over to PS4 as well? I seem to recall seeing a Dragon Guard 3 box with the PS4 tags on it, but that may have been a Photoshop for all I know off the top of my head. I remember it having that blue label at the top, but again, that may have been people fucking around. But that would fit with why I never played a Dragon Guard 3, because I only used my PS3 very briefly, and then that was around the same time where I really was heavily using my PC instead. And then I did get a PS4 and was using that a bit. That's probably where my brain's getting confused. I think somebody may have just, like, changed the letter. Changed the number, rather. That is Crackdown that you're talking about there, Voila. I have good memories of Crackdown. Crackdown was a fun series. But yeah, was the one I was talking about there, Snork, one of the GTAs, or is that some other thing? Now, I will say, PS3 emulation is actually not half bad these days. It's still a little dodgy to be emulating the PS3 at all, so that's one of those decisions you have to take into your own hands on that one. But that is a way to go about getting that to be accessible to people. Okay. I'm probably not going to remember which specific one it is, because they all run together for me. If I were to make a guess, I'd say 4, but I'm betting I'm wrong with saying 4 for that one. Because I believe you work for the Mafia in multiple of those, so... that's where I'm at on that one. There's also part of my brain that's saying Vice City specifically for the helicopter mission. Yeah, there we go. So I was right with the second out of the 50-50. Yeah. Some people did find workarounds to manage to get it to work without it necessarily needing a splitter, but it was just as much of a reach around your ass to get to your elbow to get it to work situation. The PS3 was full of weird decisions, honestly. Like, it's kind of fascinating in some ways how much of a odd duck that the PS3 was. Because even the controller felt kind of wrong for the PS3. Like, for all that they didn't change it that much between each of them, the PS3 controller never felt right for me. As much as I continuously use a PS4 controller, and I'm very comfortable with a PS1 and 2 controller, something about the PS3 controller just felt slightly different. And that was just enough for it not to feel right. And I that's one of those, I would have to pick one up again and hold it in my hands to remember exactly why I didn't like it. Which I do have one somewhere. I have multiple. I just don't remember where they went. That isn't that controller that's the other four, right? Oh no, this is the third-party weird PS3 controller I'd bought. Right. This one feels even fucking weirder. Throw that away. Get out of here. Anyway. Ignore that happened. I am getting distracted again. Yeah, I can't think of any other console that has as many issues as it did. Yeah. The PS3 tried a little too hard to push the graphics and everything. And it was in that weird era where things tried to look realistic, but fell on their face a lot of the time as far as that went. Just refresh my memory, those that... Didn't that company do a lot of odd things, though? I feel like they took a lot of other paths along the way. Yeah, it was a console that hamstrung itself somehow, and I don't know if I don't think I at least have ever heard an actual explanation for why it was weirdly hamstrung. But I assume it's some manner of bottleneck issue where something just wasn't up to par for the rest of what it was built with. So it just never quite made it there. But correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that also the same era where companies started using Bloom as a replacement for having actual graphics? Because I feel like that's a similar era to when that really got out of hand and everything was so needlessly bright and shiny that you'd go blind looking at half of it. I figured somebody would remember exactly what I'm talking about. Which is kind of funny because it was also around the same time where you had a lot of just very brown, dirt-filled games as the counterpoint to that. It's like, yep, everything on screen's just brown and gray. And then you turn to the game next to it and you're blinded. Because it's such bright, shining light everywhere. Yeah. That's just such a weird era in general. And both consoles had some real unique titles on them. And I say that in not necessarily a positive light. I mean, shaking's still kind of a thing that's used in wrong ways a fair bit. And even Bloom sometimes comes up in context where it's not needed and it's meant as a coverage tool instead of actually in a useful fashion to make it look actually better. Like, even these days, I frequently turn Bloom off in games because it just offends my eyes. Why is this not working? Oh, it's just the Science Pack 2s are still just very slow. I would need to make a second machine for this, which I have plenty of resources for it. I would be inclined to agree with that personally. There are some things I loved on the original Xbox, but I remember and enjoyed more things on the 360. And half of those original Xbox things could be played on the 360 because, crazy thing, backwards compatibility, not allowed anymore. That one it worked with, yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you on that. They did a lot of things right with Snake Eater. Can't really say that they did everything right with that, but I would also be the one to say that there aren't very many games that exist that you did everything correctly. In fact, no, I think I would say there isn't a single game that did quite literally everything correctly. Because there's no such thing as a perfect game. Well, some versions of the PS5 are compatible with some PS4 games. There's a lot of fiddle there, from what I recall. Same with some PS4s allowing for some PS3 games, if I recall right. But I never bought a PS5, so I might be remembering wrong on the PS5. But yeah, no, that's another problem that's been coming up a fair bit now and then, isn't it? Where consoles just don't have anything to sell the consoles as far as games go. Okay, so I had it backwards on that one. I couldn't remember which way that went. I knew there was problems on one of the two. I just could not remember which. But not every 5 has a disc tray. Which I understand to a degree the decisions involved in some of those things, but I just don't. That's a whole other discussion. I never paid much mind to the PS5 because there hit a point where I wasn't using my PS4 or that much, even though there was a decent amount of games that I wanted for the PS4. So if I wasn't using that, why would I get the 5? There are a lot of people in the world that don't want to have the physical objects because of space reasons or whatever insert reason they come up with for it, which is why that digital-only version exists. And it's also a ploy to try to push that as a concept so that they would have numbers to prove, hey, see, people actually want a digital-only version. We're never going to make a disc tray ever again. That said, it's a questionable decision on multiple different levels. Precisely. By having a disc tray, you have both options instead of only having one option. The problem with the digital-only version is exactly what it says on the tin. Yeah, at that point, it's over. But the thing is, there is a very real possibility that it won't. I don't know what the sales numbers are on the disc version versus the digital version. But if those sales numbers for the digital-only version are good enough, I could absolutely see them just either making an incredibly limited quantity of versions with the disc tray available, or not making them at all. Is that's just the way those companies are looking at things in a lot of cases. Because after all, it saves them money to not make two versions of something. Unfortunately, Shadow, you and I are probably not the market they care about. Because you see, we think about things, and we put any consideration into the things we're purchasing. We are the outliers on this concept. As you see, we have this whole thing called a brain that gets us in trouble all the time because we think things. We question things. Oh yeah, I put a lot of consideration into the things I buy, Snork. I almost always know that what I get is a bad idea. I can't get up here is the only thing. I have no platform to jump to reach the top here. Yeah, it's hard to argue with somebody who knows what they are. And I know I'm a fool. But I'm not the kind of fool that at large companies like. That's fair. I would be inclined to say that the companies in other countries have their own issues as well, but I 100% can understand where your thought process is there. So I'll be honest, I pretty much buy like 90% indie these days anyway. I don't know if I've just been playing games too long, or if there's actually an issue with the AAA market at this point, which there probably is. But AAA just doesn't do it for me. It never really did it for me to begin with that much. I don't know if Last Epoch would count. I would figure that would be an indie game, but I don't remember who made it, so I can't like validate that statement offhand. Like, I pretty much only end up buying a AAA title because people badger me to play it if it's a multiplayer game, to play it with them. That's about the only time I can think of that I end up buying a AAA title these days. And even that's rare these days. See, the thing is, though, I don't disagree with your statement, but that can be a very hard thing to state objectively. And that's where it gets a bit fucky. Oh yeah, that's absolutely fair as well. The Battle Pass situation is a lot less of an issue in that market. I thankfully have managed to avoid the Battle Pass issue most of the time, because most of the things that have Battle Passes aren't games I care about anyway. It can be, yes. Where it starts to become difficult to state objectively is where the actual reasons behind those comparisons come from, for lack of a better way of putting it. I don't know if they have more passion or if they're less burnt out. That's kind of the thing I've started to learn, is I don't know if the people that work for American companies or larger companies, etc., care less about what they're making, or if they've just been so ground down that they don't have as much drive for it anymore. If that makes sense. I don't know about that one. I would have to sit down and do extensive research to really be sure on that one. Because the thing is, both sides have a crunch issue in quite a lot of cases. There's a lot of fuckery in the industry in general as far as that kind of thing goes. What I would need to look into is whether them working longer hours is part of their expected methodology, or if this is forced added on work, which is what I know is the issue that causes burnout for people. Is that there's a lot of variables to this situation, and I am not an expert on this in the slightest, and I would never claim to be, because I know for a fact I do not have the information. Snork, what you need to consider is it may never have really worked in the first place. People are just much more aware of things now because information gets out a lot easier and gets passed around a lot easier. Because information is so readily available. We are exposed to so much now. People had shit lives and worked shit jobs since jobs have existed. That doesn't mean that's good for them or a good way to do it. Yes, but you're not taking into account the extensive amount of variables there are in how human beings work. One, people have changed how they view things over time, in general. Two, as people become more... See, and this is how you don't have any good devs left. This is exactly how you lose all your good workers. See, that makes sense, Shadow, that it's a hierarchy thing and actual focus in who's in charge of what is happening. That actually makes a lot of sense. It's not getting destroyed by people who have no understanding of what they're making. That checks out for a lot of things I've seen go wrong in the industry. As a business structure, that does make sense. It would also explain why indies have it a bit better in that regard, because they don't have as much marketing and corporate oversight. Thus, they have less people fiddling with it. There's less hands reaching into that pie, changing everything. That would actually make perfect logical sense. But like I said, the only reason I couldn't quantify anything myself was I haven't looked into any of this. This is not something I've researched. Yeah. It's like you're driving a car. you've got 4 people's hands on the steering wheel. Nothing good's gonna happen there. You got like 1 pair of hands or maybe even 2 pairs of hands. It's gonna go a lot better than 4 people struggling to drive this car together. Not even accounting for the physical possibility of how are 4 people around this steering wheel in the first place. We don't need to worry about that part. Oh yeah, that's just like this crazy parrot that's sitting on your head, both pooping on your skull and screaming constantly. That's basically how a publisher could be. Yeah, you're saying it's more of a case of they're allowed to be what they are instead of being filtered and watered down constantly. Which, that checks out. That does make sense. Is usually even the ones that are awful are good for like the smallest niche audience somewhere. Because that's what they were made for. There's always, of course, the ones that are just bad. But it's one of those things where this is kind of where the industry is tilting and has been tilting for God knows how long. It's like, how long has it been where we've always had people complaining that unique ideas aren't coming out anymore? It's been a long time with people saying unique ideas are gone. And I would argue, I don't really know if there have been that many unique ideas for a very long time, depending on how you look at it. But there are plenty of unique spins on ideas. It's like the trend has become quite a thing where it's mashing genres together. It's been mashing genres together for quite a bit now. I can definitely remember people complaining in that time frame about it, but I feel like it's definitely been longer than that, because I can't even say Oblivion was in and of itself that unique. People will swear up and down that it was, but it really wasn't. Like, Morrowind had a lot of issues, but it had a lot of good going on as well. But what's kind of funny with that situation is I actually sat down and I played a bit of every single Elder Scrolls game aside from, I think, Battlespire was the only one I didn't try. And I noticed that they all feel very, very similar. The only differences being changes in technology for the most part, and a couple methodology changes along the way, in terms of just pure game feel. And I'm talking even from Daggerfall up to Skyrim. They carry on a lot of the same ideas through that whole line, despite how people will claim that most of those are very different from each other. And that's why I say those in particular, because series are, of course, usually fairly similar to each other. But I have to say that that's one of the series I hear people say so many varying things with, and yet somehow they all manage to be so incredibly similar. Like, I find that a particularly interesting scape. You're gonna need to narrow your statement a little bit more there, Snork. Is he even, as I said, with my description before, the way your tools interact with the world and the way the world interacts with you and the world interacts with itself, again, did not change as much as you may think. Yes, you are completely correct about the ability to make spells. Makes Morrowind very unique, except you can actually make your own spells in Daggerfall as well. They gave up on that idea after Morrowind. And the amount of ways you can solve quests has been a hit and miss concept throughout that entire series. They have sometimes got that right, sometimes got that wrong. Precisely. That's exactly the kind of thing I was hinting at there, Shadow. Is they're made for a palate, and if you don't have that palate, then it's not going to work for you. But it's better than trying to mash it into this, like, meat paste that's supposed to be digestible by everybody. That's what it becomes, is just generic meat paste. And it's still digestible. And as many people are wont to say, with a bit of alcohol, it goes down better, but you shouldn't really need alcohol to make your game better. That shouldn't be the way that you solve this. Correct. I 100% agree with your statement here. As things get taken away, this is the issue. The railroads get clearer, the paths become smaller. But the thing, that's exactly what I'm trying to point out, though, is in many ways, as that series progresses in particular, it has basically been a funnel going forward. It just gets smaller as it goes. But the question becomes, how do you actually, in a practical way, solve this problem? Like, what is the solution? And I'm not asking for a get better solution. You are correct that this is the opposite of how it should be going. You would figure it would be ever expanding as the technology improves and the skill sets improve. I still do not have a personal basis of comparison between the old Baldur's Gate games and Baldur's Gate 3, because I have not played Baldur's Gate 3 still. I have played the old ones, but I have not played 3, so I do not have an accurate basis of comparison there. Yes, I would say that that is one of the outliers as far as your Japanese statement goes, because that has definitely gone awry. The argument could be made that Nintendo as a whole is kind of suffering from that problem a bit as well. And then that trickles down to everybody who works heavily with Nintendo or is part of Nintendo. Because they're all affected by the overarching structure there. But I've also always been of the opinion that some companies have existed too long, for lack of a better way of putting the thought. Like, they've become too big for their own good. They have reached a point where they can't... I don't know how to explain. Yeah, which the Divinity games I played and I enjoyed. And I had heard up and down that Baldur's Gate 3 is more or less those games with the Baldur's Gate IPs and such poured over it with some extra improvements on top. And yeah, that is exactly the issue with Pokemon these days. Yeah, they continued to improve because they were interested in improving, and it was kind of necessary for them to improve. What I'm talking about with these larger companies, take Nintendo for a great example. Even if they magnificently fuck up, they're still making money. There's kind of that situation where there's less need for them to iterate as much, as they know people will still consume what they make. Whereas a smaller studio like Larian Studios, for example, needs to keep doing better, or at least doing well enough, or they start having trouble. It becomes increasingly difficult to remain relevant outside of your core audience. You say that, and Blizzard still exists. Like, my counterpoint to the argument of you can fuck up so much that it's over is Blizzard every time. Precisely, Shadow. They have split their interests too far, and it doesn't benefit them as much to make a high-quality game, because most of the time, I'm sure to their shareholders and such, the games are just a vehicle by which to sell the merchandise. Same with the shows and everything. It's all back to what makes them money. Which is the sales from merch and all things like that. Like, it all loops back in on itself in a lot of ways. Which, that's been a thing for forever. I'm sure we all remember the old cartoons that were just there to sell you action figures. Yeah. Here's the thing, though, Snork. That takes a very long time. Are we seeing the potential for that to happen to a few of these companies soon? Yes. Will that do any good for any of us in our lifetimes? Probably not. Beyblade and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Being a perfect example because... how to put this? I want to say the entire show ended up getting adapted because of them trying to sell the card game more than actually what was supposed to be the plot for that show ever. Something along those lines. Like, it heavily got changed to try to sell the card game. It was supposed to be a much wider thing up until that point. And yeah, no, they never fucking paid a single bit of attention to the rules ever. Yeah. Oh, Konami. Goddamn pachinko machine company now instead of making anything, any games. Fucking hell. Yeah, exactly. Which, to be fair, I completely understand where they're coming from with that. But especially as a Castlevania fan, I'm sad to see the way that plays out. It's like, Konami in general is just such a perfect example of a company just stepping away and going to do something else. It really is. It's almost... Well, no, it is exactly why that exists now. Which Bloodstained has its own issues as well, but... I still enjoyed it, and I don't regret backing that on Kickstarter as one of the handful of things I ever backed on Kickstarter. Which, admittedly, if it didn't have Iga's name on it, I probably wouldn't have backed it. But that's neither here nor there. So did I. I just also have to acknowledge that it is a flawed game. See, and without researching that statement, Snork, I have no basis to compare or to agree to that statement. I've not looked at the finances on any of this. I would not be surprised if they bleed money left and right, considering the way companies seem to be being run. But I have no concrete information on that. So I can't be like, oh yeah, it's because of this, or this is true because I've seen this. That's just information I've not taken the time to look at. Because I do not study those fields, so it's not something that I have any connection to. And I will say the two Bloodstained Curse of the Moon games seem to be very good, and I keep meaning to pick them up. Well, yeah, there's always going to be the expansion of they need to pay more people. But you would think, in theory, as the company grows larger, its profit margins would also increase, but that's not inherently true. That makes sense. You have to increase the reward to match the risk, otherwise there's no reason for people to take the increased risk. I have definitely long since lost my train of thought. God, yeah. I have to imagine that Toby Fox made a lot. I would imagine that not as much as we might think. Purely because I'm sure there's other factors at play there that would cut down that profit a bit. But God, that still must be a good amount. Yeah. I mean, there's always potential in everything. Potential until proven otherwise. as well at least look at the rest of this tech tree, because we're probably not going too awful much longer. In terms of money from the project itself, you'd be correct, but I don't know if there's any other interactions that would happen past the creation of the game itself. Depending on any money paid out to allow them to be on certain platforms and things like that. Because I don't know all the rules for all of those things. And I seem to recall that some platforms take a portion of your profit, for example, for your game to be hosted there. So that is a thing to take into account as well. I hate how true that statement is there, Snork. Is the 9 fuck-ups kind of lead to you getting noticed, and then the big win leads to this massive change of heart where people give you all kinds of fucking money. And no, that much money funneling down, even with profits being taken by hosting services and anything like that, definitely would make ridiculous amounts. Yeah, exactly. I was just only bringing that up because I've heard multiple cases where an indie dev starts doing well and then companies try to fuck them over. And I haven't tracked Toby Fox's career specifically enough to know whether he had any issues of that type. It's like, I think it was the 7 Days to Die. People actually lost the rights to the console version of their game and actually had to remake it, more or less. That was a fucking weird situation. And there was also another situation similar to that where a dev actually lost the rights to their own IP on a platform, basically. That is also true, which is another incredible way to generate revenue. Let me tell you. You want to make money hand over a fist, there you go, right there. It seems like this tech tree has a good longevity to it. I don't know how meaningful a lot of these devices are actually going to be, and that was kind of where the initial fall off for me was with this game, that led to me being far more interested in what y'all were bringing up as far as remembering one game or another goes. I mean, that's not a surprise. He makes very good music. And here's another weird thing that I've noticed. Music will resonate with people differently depending on the way they can connect that music to things they like. Is like the whole connecting point between, if say somebody already knows that a song is made by Toby Fox, their memories of things like Undertale and such will color how they view that music, is they may notice similarities between the music they enjoyed in that or things like that. Anything along those lines has an impact on it on one level or another. That's not completely the right thought I was trying to get out, but it's close enough that it gets the idea out there. I could have had conveyor balancers and all kinds of things like that, but I never bothered to research. Part of me feels like I did a disservice to this game, but at the same time, I think we all knew that this was inevitably how this was going to play out, playing something where you do spend a lot of time waiting. Invariably, a lot of sidetracking was going to happen. I spent the last, what, like, hour and change just jumping in loops around my assemblers. But I will say this is probably some of the best conversation I've had on this channel in a long time. So I wouldn't trade this for anything. But it amuses me at the same time. And I try to be self-aware enough to realize what's happened around me and what I've contributed to cause it to happen, and what I by it me. Yeah, if you cut too far, things fall apart. There's been a few companies that have fallen victim to that type of thing. I wouldn't be able to list them all off the top of my head because the business side of the industry is not as much something I've stayed on top of. Like IPs changing hands and things like that, because it just gets incredibly muddy over time, especially with some of the really long running IPs that have fallen out of their original holders' hands. Some of those change hands often enough that it's really fucking hard to keep track of. Like, as you might imagine, based on the way I'm on the pause screen right now, I am picking us out a place to go because as much as I'm enjoying this conversation, my mind is losing capacity rapidly to keep up with any of this. So I'm just ending up just kind of sitting back here and just reacting to a lot of this. Which is great. Oh god, I'm not sure I want to know. Also, I did not realize any of those got ported to the Switch. That's a hell of a fucking choice. Why on earth did they get money for free is very rarely money for free. Those things are never as good as they sound. Like 100% never as good as they sound. And more often than not, something will look like it should be a no-brainer, guaranteed to print money move, and either companies just won't go for it for one reason or another, or there's actually a problem that we don't know about with it that leads to it not working. Yeah, no, they're a perfect example of either not noticing or not caring what people want. Snork. That is a very on-off mentality with that, and that is not physically practical or possible. Because what you have to understand is remaking something, in many cases, is actually much harder than you might think. Because consider, many companies actually no longer have their original source codes and such to things. So if they rebuild them from the ground up, that can actually be a completely different situation. And in some cases, things can actually go very wrong in the process of completely rebuilding something from scratch. Not every company does, is not every company still was the original rights holder for things that were made, for example. If they were not the original rights holder, there's no guarantee they have the source code or any previous entries in a series. They can potentially get a hold of those who might have it still, but there's no guarantee that they will have the source code. Yes, in your specific example, you may not be wrong, but you made that a black and white statement globally with the way you phrased that statement. That is what I'm covering. And as far as that situation, you may know that, but I do not know that. And based on what I do know from what I've been told with those engines and those games in particular, there are enough issues at play in places on those that I would not be shocked if they would have a hard time remaking those. And here's the other thing. How many people are there actually out there that you could expect to purchase those games on the Switch? Because that's the other important key to this. You may say it's free money, it would print money, but can you guarantee beyond all shadow of doubt that there's actually a large enough user base, specifically on the Switch, that would purchase this? Because we're talking niche upon niche upon niche here. Is within certain areas, Gothic is incredibly popular, but I would say it is still a very heavily undervalued series. You're fine, Tiny. It's been a fascinating experience today because it's been more podcast than video game. But it's been an interesting ride. Hopefully everything's going well with you. There's been a lot of discussion of how games ended up the way they are, or why things aren't being remade, why things are stupid. And a lot of attempts to foil me as far as remembering what a game is called or what a game is based on its description, which they were more successful than not in foiling me today. So credit where credit's due on that one. It's an oversimplification of what we were talking about, but it's more or less true. Simplification of See, the issue you run into there, Snork, is you're basing that on projections. Yes, projections can seem very enticing, but where are these numbers you're making your math from coming from to begin with? This isn't me arguing, this is me trying to understand where you're coming from. The devil's in the details there, Shadow. The description you gave for Mischief Makers fit perfectly into what Mischief Makers is, as soon as the add-on of it being N64 was added onto it. Remember, I did need a hint for that. Whereas existential third-person action RPG made by Square covers a lot. And you think it would become less old just because they remade it. You could inherently fix every flaw it has by remaking it right now. And here's the thing as well. There have been innumerable occasions where the Gothic games were incredibly cheap to buy. That will in fact your number. That will impact your numbers. And you're probably right, Shadow. If I remembered Nier was attached to Square, I probably would have remembered it much faster. So what you're saying is you wouldn't fix any of the problems people potentially have with the game. You are basing this purely on the assumption that it's an old game and that's why people aren't playing it. You are not acknowledging the fact that there may be things about that game that people don't like, and that's why people don't play it. People can, in fact, purchase things and find they don't like them. So I would not take the fan and base numbers you have of how many people have purchased a game as a basis for whether people will continue to purchase this product. And you also have the added layer of, if these people already own it on one platform, why would they purchase it again on another platform? What benefit would they have for taking a game like Gothic in a portable capacity, since that is the main point of the Switch? That is the main selling point of things being on the Switch, is that you can take it with you. Is there a benefit to having that in a portable capacity? And more importantly, do you think you can manage to make the controls for that game work in a palatable capacity on the Switch? And yes, time diminishes the amount of players for literally every game. That is fact. But the key point in selling a game is there being a reason for people to purchase the game on the platform it's being sold on. The 3DS was certainly more portable than I would say the Switch is, but the Switch was always marketed for its portability as well, is why I'm making that point. Then I'm not understanding your point to begin with here. Where did this go wrong that this discussion even needed to happen? Because I think I misunderstood what you were saying entirely. Is the implication I saw was that you were saying that the ports for Gothic should be made for the Switch, not that they already exist. So what went wrong here that was missed in the way you were saying this? Because that's what I was trying to understand, is why this would be sold for the platform in the first place. I think something in the wording along the way here went wrong, and I didn't get the same point you were trying to make. Because if you're going to use any other game or any other series as an example, that cannot be a guaranteed example because they are two different animals. And I remember hearing good things with Street Pass. I never actually brought my 3DS out with me because I'm one of those people that I have expensive thing, I don't want to bring it with me. Okay, see, that's context I didn't have. You only pointed out Switch port and didn't give context as to whether it was something you wanted made or if the ports didn't work out. I had none of this information. I made a bad interpretation, but I also had none of this context. Yes, you mentioned that, but I didn't make the jump from talking about that to ports. I think there's a jump that made sense to you but didn't connect with me, is what happened there. And yeah, if you have a bag or something with you all the time, carrying your 3DS with you all the time makes sense. I never carried a bag a lot after a point. I'm just trying to understand where you were going, Snork. That's the whole point behind what I was saying. Because I think the entire discussion that just happened didn't need to happen because I misunderstood something. And at any point, this could have been corrected, but 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I suppose in the end, either, no matter how you look at it, even if something makes perfect financial sense, there is no guarantee that a company will do it. Is who knows what motivations, interests, anything, any of those people involved at the higher ends of the company that would have any control have in the situation that's happening at that point. That remains a variable that we have absolutely no means of controlling or understanding, short of having a connection with those people in particular. Correct. That is exactly what transpired here. And all you had to do was say they made a bad port, and I would have agreed with you straight off. Because I would not be surprised if they made a port poorly. But I had no context that the port already existed. When in doubt, assume that something like that isn't something that everyone's going to know. Just because I know that the series exists and that I remember things about how the story of these games go does not mean I have kept any attention on the company or what it has done in the last century. I am a generalist. I know a lot of things, and I know surface level of a lot of things. I don't know deep about much of any fucking thing. I figured that was understood by now, but that's on me for also not making clear. Like, I couldn't tell you anything about any kind of issues that, say, to take a situation we were talking about before, mischief makers. I have no basis to say detail on why that wouldn't be on NSO right now. I just know that it isn't, and I know based on information I vaguely heard why there would be decent potential for it not to make it there. But that is all things that I just happened to come across. Nothing that I've looked for, nothing that I dug into. I just happen to have this information end up in my hands, which is how 90% of the things I know happen. I don't seek that much information, I just absorb it when I encounter it. This is fine. Is I assume, Snort, based on the way you've reacted to all of that, is that you've used this port that is so bad? And this is why you learned about how it ended up there? Or have you just been tracking things related to Gothic entirely? Ha! Ha, I say. Just because something reviews poorly does not guarantee that it's entirely bad. Sure, it makes it more likely. But short of you having it in your hands, you cannot 100% guarantee that it is completely fucked. And here's another important context point, though. These people that reviewed the ports and played on these streams, are they people that were experienced with Gothic before? Or did they only play the ports? Because this is important. Because I would definitely say Gothic is a set of games that takes a bit of getting used to. And if the port's already iffy and they haven't played the series at all, it would be an extra layer. Okay, then that's a lot fairer. I just know that there's a lot of cases where reviews end up colored by the fact that people already don't understand what they're working with. And then you add a troublesome control scheme or something like that on top of it, and it just gets totally fucked from there. It's also on the Switch. Expectations should never be that high. Like, as much as the Switch is a fun platform and it's got some good things going on, it is a troubled platform in many respects. And I assume it was similar results or worse at that point. I can't see a world in which there were better results. Yeah, that's expected. Is the Gothic series is an example of a set of games I would say makes certain assumptions along the way about what a player knows or can figure out readily that do not always translate well for a first-time experience. At least this is based on my memory of the games from multiple years in the past. So it can take longer to understand than some games. That is not as a negative, that is just a point of the first time experience can be troublesome with that series to begin with. That has been my experience and the experience of multiple people I've known who had tried it. Which is where my basis for questioning whether it was the game itself that was the issue or the port. Oh, absolutely. But I would definitely say that it was never a bug-free game to begin with either. The issues may have just become all the more glaring once it got ported to the Switch, rather than it necessarily being a bad port. It was just a matter of nothing was ever fixed. Which is kind of the problem from the word go. Because I seem to recall, as a perfect example, Gothic 3 had numerous issues that only got fixed in unofficial patching, never fixed by the developers. So if say for example, it's a similar situation down the line, then if those ports ship without any of that unofficial patching, that's exactly where I was going, yeah. Is the issues would then be exacerbated by being on different hardware and on a console as opposed to a PC, so you then have a different input method to worry about. And everything continues to magnify from there. If nothing that was iffy with it to begin with was ever fixed, it just cascades from there. Of course it's going to be a bad port. God forbid they fix anything. They would have needed to have a perfectly working system to begin with to have decent odds on just straight porting it without changing anything. Other than making sure it was compatible with the new system. Which is already a headache in and of itself. That doesn't surprise me either, it not getting playtested at all. Wasn't there one of those three, though, that when it released, you couldn't finish them? What? What are you whatting at me about? I'm just being honest with you. The amount of not playtesting that happens in anything made in the past, like, 5-10 years, or in this case, ported, is horrifying. Like, I'm not trying to talk down about it. This is just based on purely my memory of it and what I recall hearing or seeing. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is just what's in my head. But based on everything I know, this isn't a surprise to me. I'm just not sure which part is the oh come on issue here. Oh. Tell me, do you know how many times I have heard the phrase, the game is uncompletable? In recent times? It's more than it should be. It's a lot more than it should be. Let's just say that the amount of releases, and this applies to, yeah, exactly. That is the takeaway from this point, is that the state of things is at a point where things like that aren't surprising, and that should never be the case. It should never be less shocking that a game is so broken you can't finish it than if a game is completable out of the box on day of release. But in this day and age, it is sadly more of a surprise when you tell me a game releases and is fully completable with minimal issues than it is if you tell me there's a game-breaking bug somewhere in there that prevents people from finishing it. Like, I wish this was not an accurate statement I could make. And it may just be that this is the information I'm encountering, and the percentages are far different. But I have lost count of the amount of times I hear of at least one release within, say, a week's span, where there's at least one completely broken game during that week. Wait, you're saying they patched it and then it got broken? That's also not shocking, but it's more shocking than it being broken out of the box. If it was working, why did they patch it? What cause did they have for patching that? That is a genuine question if you know the answer to that. Is I'm actually curious about that one. Is that's a weird decision to make if their game's already working. Okay. So they had a bug reported about one animation or another not working, and when they tried to fix it, that's when they broke everything else. That's pretty par for the course. That makes sense. Oh, that's a magnificent issue to suddenly cause. Like, it's awful, but it's hilarious. Because you would have had to have done something magnificently foolish, or your engine has to be a disaster area for you to be fixing a singular thing and completely break a system like that. That's not to say that it's not entirely possible, but it's definitely easier in some engines than it is in others to completely jack up something like that just by changing one thing that isn't even related to it. Unless that animation happens to be related to your jumping, then it actually makes a bit more sense. But even then, that shouldn't be directly connected to the point where this should have broken like that. Logically. So I'm actually... Yeah, no, then I am completely baffled as to how these two lines end up connecting. That engine... I know that engine is a piece of work, at least from what people have told me. So... I shouldn't be, like, supremely shocked, but I am still somewhat surprised that a completely unrelated animation causes them to disable people's ability to jump. I'm still looking for a raid target. That's what I've been doing since I brought up the pause menu. But my mind has not been able to focus because we've been going tangent to tangent, which is fine. That's helped keep me going. Because I have absolutely enjoyed being engaged in these conversations. But as I said earlier, I've been tired the whole time, and we've been going for 5 hours, so we were hitting that limit already anyway. I've just been struggling to pick a target. So this was part stalling and part wanting to see how that conversation unfolded. Why we still haven't left yet. I think I've just seen too many debacles happen in this industry for me to be surprised by anything anymore. Is I think more the cause for the lack of surprise for me. I think that might be the thing. Like, and I wish that wasn't a true statement. that I've seen so much failure and disaster in this industry, and in multiple other industries, really, but we're sticking to games in particular as far as this discussion goes, because that's what we were talking about. The amount of times I see companies fall flat on their face, the amount of times games release in an utterly destroyed state, the amount of times they fix something simple and break everything else. This has unfolded thousands of times. There are some groups I love watching crash and burn because they make decisions that guarantee them doing this. And then there's the ones that are just unfortunate. Either be it because it's something I wanted to succeed, or this small company that is going to die because they made a mistake. Because those are unfortunate. But I do agree that it's good to keep seeing the indie scene improving. I will say there are some portions of the indie scene I can't help but feel are stagnating a bit. Like, there are certain genres that have fallen back into just repeating the same concepts that probably need to be shaken back up again. How? I don't know, but this is just where that thought process is going. And honestly, every genre could always do with a bit of shaking so that it becomes something new. Are you saying that in terms of the actual... Oh yeah, no. That is actually a true story, I want to say. And then it became this whole huge company in the future. Because I want to say they have had multiple troubled times over their history. Like, multiple times that company almost went under. Or for one reason or another. Which, there's a whole long history you could look up for that. I don't know half of it off the top of my head. But I've heard multiple stories about multiple portions of both Square and Square Enix's lifespan. Like, I want to say there's a really weird story involving how Square and Enix ended up merging. Because those used to be two separate companies. There's your little fun fact for anybody who didn't know that one somehow. As you know, there was a time where there would have only potentially been Final Fantasy 1 or 2 and maybe 3, and now we're what, at 16? They're another prime example of something I feel like lived too long. But at least at this point, it's shifting more. It's becoming something else, so I can kind of accept that a little more. Troika Games. That name sounds familiar, and I don't remember why. I don't remember what they made off the top of my head. Reading that, I have that feeling I agree with you, but I just do not remember what game is attached to that name. because that is definitely a familiar sounding name. Oh, they're the ones that made Arcanum, they made Bloodlines, they made Temple of Elemental Evil. Okay. Yeah. Arcanum's the one that the name sticks out of my brain for specifically. Because I've only seen Temple of Elemental Evil played, I've never played it myself, and I completely forgot that Troika had a hand in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. You would think I'd remember that because a lot of people talk about that game still, but I don't think they ever talk about the developer specifically. I enjoyed the time I spent playing Arcanum. It's definitely another case of a game that had quite a few issues. A lot of good ideas, though, I'd say. A lot of good ideas in there. And it was definitely fairly unique, yeah. But you'll also notice that there's a trend here. Multiple trends, in fact. A lot of the games that are very unique also have a lot of problems. Because they try to do something very unique and they may not necessarily be prepared for what they're making. And of course, the really unique stuff's also the stuff that unfortunately doesn't sell very well. Like that's something I've pointed out on numerous occasions, and I'm consistently upset about. So I would love for unique ideas to thrive, but the unfortunate thing at the end of the day for unique ideas is it's hard to sell unique ideas to people if they don't understand it or if they're not already looking for interesting and strange things. All something like Arcanum would really need would be an enhanced edition, kind of like the Baldur's Gate games got. Or Planescape Torment. Just a little bit of a cleanup and make it run better on modern systems, make it look a bit better, and job's good and it's done. Temple of Elemental Evil probably could survive doing the same treatment. I feel like Bloodlines would be a little bit harder in some respects. Not necessarily harder to bring forward, but the fact that that still runs fine, and it would be harder to convince people to buy it, I think, because it's still very accessible. And mod support has taken care of a lot of things that people would buy an enhanced edition for. That are of those that are interested in that game. And you can't use the support the developers argument, since the developers I don't think exist anymore. That would help. That would certainly help, but unfortunately, that would be a fairly significant overhaul with that game for it to have more colors than brown, gray, and green. Oh, God. say this. Didn't think I was gonna hear the name Arcanum, Steamworks, and Magic Obscura today. Put that on the fucking bingo card. Yeah, a bunch of the spells in that type had red effects, or at least like pinkish red or purplish red effects, depending. But that's about the only thing that was that color, I think. Oh, and the blood. There was definitely some blood. Depending on how you went about solving problems, there could definitely be a lot of blood. If it wouldn't take forever, I would almost say I could use the setup I have for Arcanum to stream it, but I don't think that many people would want to see that. Like, you and I would probably be happy, but I don't think anybody else would be. And I would get tired of it before I finished it, probably, because that game is kind of long unless you know exactly where you need to go and exactly what you need to do, which I have long since forgotten. And then there's the whole, you gotta actually get prepared to deal with things, because that start can be kinda rough as well. So there might be a lot of, oops, I made a stupid mistake, dead. Oops, I walked in the wrong room, dead. Hey, I sneezed, dead. At the beginning. Memories. I feel like the start is the most interesting because it's actually a challenge at the start where it kind of just becomes going through the motions after a certain point. At least that was my memory of it. You just become strong enough that you just kind of rolled through things after a while and it ceases being really a thing anymore. Though I will say, that's kind of a genre issue rather than that game in particular issue. I can't think of a either single character or party-based CRPG where you don't eventually reach a point where you are too strong. Yeah. Like, you have to willfully not become that powerful in order to have a challenge after a point. And there's always that weird mixed feeling when you make choices like that. There will always be that thought in the back of your head, it's like, you know, I could just solve this by just doing the better thing. See, the problem with even things with realistic damage systems is there becomes ways to exploit that as well. Yes, it makes everything capable of killing you, but it also makes everything else significantly easier to kill. Until you reach the point where you start delving into supernatural things or anything like that, that bypasses this realistic damage system in one way or another. So there's a caveat to that too. Exactly. It then encourages a different exploitative playstyle, which then makes the game entirely too easy anyway. Like, it's a no-win scenario. Is you either accept the fact that at any moment you could instantly die or they can instantly die, or you find a way to break the system in such a way that you never have to worry about being the one who instantly dies. There we go. That's a perfect name for that save. And I cannot convince myself of a raid target today. So I think we're going to talk for a bit longer, and then I'm going to pack it in. I just literally wrote down quite the chat we've had today, because that's going to be the most memorable thing I could write down for that save. Because we've had a hell of a ride of a conversation today. But I would say that damage systems that let you target specific parts, or, as you said, realistic damage systems where like a hit to the head would be incredibly dangerous, tend to be very satisfying. But like I was also saying, they can be very hit or miss because they become, by their nature, very exploitable. Because your only recourse at that point is to then steadily increase the amount of armor things can have on those very destroyable positions to the point of ridiculousness, potentially. Because it then becomes a matter of either you need to armor yourself just as well as they do to not be at a kind of almost unplayable disadvantage. Do what we were discussing before of sneak attacking so that you bypass their capacity to defend themselves, or find some other way to subvert all of that armor that would have to come into play to make things survive hits to certain positions, for it not to just become a game of whoever sees who first wins. Is you could bring up the concept of accuracy, but after a certain point in anything with an RPG system in it, you will almost certainly reach a point where accuracy ceases being a concept to worry about. You will become so skilled with your weapons, so dexterous, whatever, that accuracy ceases to be an issue. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I acknowledge that the armor system in that was pretty good. That I'm not speaking specific examples with what I'm talking here. I'm speaking of just the way a system like that would work in general, and a way you could apply it now. Is you could still use an armor system like that as a means of solving it, but I would also very easily say that that wasn't really solving it, because there are plenty of ways around the armor in that game. Which leads back to the same point of you either have to have a way of mitigating your own realistic damage system, or you have to come to an acceptance of the fact that it's going to be a shoot first, win type of game. Which then brings into question, what is then the benefit of a player becoming stronger? Because what is the benefit, for example, to your character going from, just throw numbers out there, level 10 to level 15? If at the end of the day you get hit in the wrong spot, you still die incredibly quickly. Just taking realistic damage into account, say a shot to the head would damage the brain and kill you immediately type realistic. Leveling would then have not necessarily less meaning, but it would encourage different meaning for it. Because the concept of like a vitality stat would become very different. Now, if you're talking realistic damage to only the point of like limb damage and things like that, that's a different story. Yes and no. Because the case I'm talking about, as far as it becoming problematic, is the fact that even a low roll stray shot could potentially take out somebody incredibly powerful. And that's not a bad thing, but it can be an unpalatable thing to some people. Because unless you're the one getting that 10% shot that takes the big scary character's head off, it tends not to feel very good when it happens. You get what I'm saying? There's blessings and curses to that. It becomes a very hot, cold game straight away. You're either on a hot streak and everything's going great, or the universe hates you and oops, this man who can't shoot straight just happens to cut your head off. I saw that it existed, but I didn't look at it because, like I said, I was already previously occupied, and I would have to watch it with the sound off, which isn't an issue. But either way, it's now up there far enough that I hadn't gotten to it. I had planned on looking at it after we were done here today. But to remain on the point, basically the short version is damage is risky. There are a lot of ways to implement damage that's satisfying, but you have to be very careful. This is kind of like what I was talking about when I was playing Another Crab's Treasure. The way I felt like vitality was useless because things were killing me in 1 or 2 hits no matter how much vitality I had changed. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, in that it has to either be very clear about how it functions so that you understand what you're getting right off the top. Like, there's no questions about this. Like, they just straight out say, for example, you get shot in the head, you'll be just as dead as your average person. And that's fair. That's fine. At that point, it is well broadcast. We all understand what this is. We're all on the same page. You then take your life into your hands whenever you go out in the field, and you understand that that's how that works. It's when you have a damage system like that, and you do not make it clear, that it becomes a problem. Because you could, for example, have a game, which I wish I had a specific example, because there are actually a couple specific examples where there are hidden hit locations and things like that that actually have significant differences, but it's never explained anywhere. But point being, the more muddy your mechanics are when it comes to things that are that decisive, can very much change somebody's state of gameplay. Yes and no as far as Stalker goes. Like, it doesn't state it in text in front of you, but I would say it makes it fairly clear in how things react, and the simple fact that it's built to be realistic enough that you would assume that. Like, it occupies that weird middle ground between a more serious shooter and an RPG, I would say. That it fits that would have effects for where you hit things. Oh yeah, no. If you want to, like, understand the entire nitty-gritty behind it, it's a lot more. But you can look at it and acknowledge what it is at a glance to a degree enough that you would accept it as the average player. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not one of those things where you will shoot a target and say that's bullshit, something else should have happened there, in most cases. At least that's been my experience with it. I would definitely swear at it a bit when I randomly get my head taken off because somebody got lucky, but that's just how that goes. No, but like I was saying, nobody's happy when you have a lot of good shit and you die arbitrarily because somebody managed to hit you in the head. But that's also another case of the apples to oranges of what it takes for the average player to understand something to a satisfactory point and what it takes for somebody to fully wrap their head around every nuance of a system. My points are almost always pointed towards the average play experience, and in a lot of cases I try to speak primarily to the first play experience. That would check out, honestly. This is a believable statement. So if I ever say a system seems unfair or a system seems tilted, it's because of the initial impression of it, usually. Not because of knowing every fact about it or anything like that. Because knowing the nuance of a system leads to a very different experience than the average or the first-time experience, barring people who research a game before they play it. Which, if you do that, more power to you, that's your choice to make. Then it's wrong. The thing of it is there, Snork, people's opinions and impressions don't have to be correct. People will be wrong about things. That's part of being people. I've said things that I've since proven to be wrong on numerous occasions, and I accept the fact that I was wrong about them. But that's the nature of your first experience with something. You're going to get things wrong. You're going to misunderstand things. And it will color your experience with that game because of that first impression. Until you are corrected about it, or you experienced differently. And it depends on which XCOM you're talking about there as well. Though they all have some things that I would say are not clear to the player and could appear unfair. But I would also say that those games are in some ways designed to be unfair. The tilt to that is the difference there becomes it's unfair to the player until you learn, and then it becomes unfair to the enemy once you become good enough. Yes, because that's one of those things that became common nomenclature. It basically became a meme. And you're not going to be able to get rid of a meme. No matter how hard you reality something, a meme will survive. The difference becomes with that, you change from taking that seriously to understanding that that's a joke statement. You know, it's the old thing of, oh, you missed a 99% shot. That's XCOM, baby. That's literally how that is. Because even though it presents you those percentages, because it's only tilted to the players once you understand it. Once you understand all of the mechanics and actually use everything that is actually at your hands to your advantage, which the 90% of the average player does not. Because you have to understand, people will look at things and take them at face value. That's not the truth of things and everything, but they will take it at face value. Say the percentages XCOM presents to you. That is what people think correct. But people don't know that. Because since that is not presented to you, you would have no way to know that without looking into it. That is exactly what I mean about taking something at face value. I want to say that's also something that varies depending on what difficulty you set as well. But I don't know that for a fact because I've not done any digging. It's not something... Again, we're looking at this from two different lenses. That is correct from a logical perspective, but you have to remember two things. One, people are illogical, and two, sometimes people can have a run of bad luck and blame the game for their run of bad luck. Because even if it's 55%, there's still that 45% where things can go wrong. And every now and then it lands on that 45 a lot more than it does on that 55. Because the simple fact of the matter is, since that 55 is not directly presented to you, you don't know that it's weighted in your favor, so you have nothing to mitigate the bad feeling of, oh, I missed 5 shots in a row at a rate that should have given me more of those hitting than missing. People are funny creatures. Superstitions will develop whether you're a superstitious person or not. Oh yeah, especially when you're being shot at rather than shooting. So ironically enough, in my life experience overall, I have been far more likely to hit those ridiculous low percentage situations than I have the average to high positions. But ever since I've started streaming, I've noticed that that has taken a turn. It's almost like having a camera on you curses you, which has been discussed in numerous instances, and we don't really need to get into that. Like, that's in common culture at this point. I don't think that's something we need to get into. the good old streamer curse. Originally termed the Let's Play curse because that's what it was before. And then it just extended to streaming because that became a thing. Yeah, pretty much. It's the same thing of you can do the same action 1,000 times and the second you have an audience, you fuck it up. Except in that case, it's usually you're paying attention to the fact you have an audience rather than your luck changing. But on some cases, this is also exactly what's happening to streamers, is they're focusing as much on their audience and trying to keep the running dialogue, which then impacts how they're playing. And in a lot of cases then gets blamed on the streamer curse, which is how superstitions like that develop in the first place. Which that's its own funny little thing, considering how things like that end up developing. But yeah, if you ever wonder if a game is unfair, the best way in some cases to prove it out is to find and watch some of the highest level players in a game. Not saying like highest resources or anything, but the most experienced people. You will then see that system crumble. And depending on how you see them handling that system will give you a decent idea as to whether it's actually a fair system or not, because the more exploitative they have to be to make something a fair fight, the more you know the table is already tilted. You see this a lot in older games, I would say more so than more modern things, because more modern things have a tendency not to cheat as hard. is they don't have to make up for their AI as much. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, a new player to Mordheim would be the opposite direction. They would be getting destroyed in 9 cases out of 10. Speaking as one who has played that game and had both experiences, the new player experience of getting his ass kicked and then figuring out how to do well and having that completely turn around. Which is also the kind of thing I've talked about before when I say a game has to be able to survive the player understanding the mechanics. It has to not completely table tilt from you getting destroyed to you having no competition anymore. Which is a very mixed bag across the board. Like, it's very rare for you to find a game that will 100% survive you knowing the mechanics to a deep degree. Unless you knowingly choose not to use all of the information you have. Which is also actually exactly why you'll see a lot of the most experienced people in a game start becoming people who do challenge runs and such instead of continuing to play the game as intended or normally. I never said it has to, I'm just saying... Because it, as you said there, it depends on how long it takes. If the game is not complete, and you have reached this point where the table is now tilted radically in your favor, the game has then not survived you learning the game. If you play it for 100 to 200 hours, then by all means, break the shit out of it. You probably have played through it more than once, barring a JRPG. That's, you know, that's out the window at that point. But I have had games that I've managed to break over my knee completely within playing them for like 8 hours, and the game's like a 20 to 30 hour game. If your challenge is gone at that point, what's the point in finishing the other 12 to 22 hours? You see the kind of perspective I'm talking from there. Like, I think we're talking 2 different extremes, but the truth is in the middle there of where things can go wrong. And there's also a joy in something becoming completely broken in your favor. That's where the power fantasy comes from. Let me take a look at my library, because there's actually a couple I can probably point out. I just need to look at them again. Pokemon, I wouldn't count as far as that goes, because they're kind of designed to break from the start because of the way they're made. Like, Pokemon is not made to be hard. People get the wrong idea with that at sometimes, but it's not made to be a difficult series. The only way for those to become hard is for you to choose to make them difficult. It's dancing that line more, so I wouldn't necessarily inherently say it's for kids anymore. Because most of the kids that grew up on it have grown up. Is it still marketed heavily towards them? Yes. But it's become an everyman game, I would say, more than necessarily inherently for kids. And the more widely you cast the net for the player base you want, the more inherently the game will become... Overly accessible isn't the word, but you have to lower a difficulty to a degree that anyone who picks it up can then get through it. With a modicum of effort. Trying to find the thing I'm talking about, because there was a very specific example I had in my mind and I cannot find it anymore. Where there was something I quite literally found a position where I could not die within the first like 8 hours of playing a game. Like, I had to willfully die. I couldn't die of natural situations anymore. Where did I put that? It's like, to take a genre in particular, I have found that this situation where you could have a game break completely in your favor happening early is more prone to happen in roguelikes and things like that, because you just happen to have the right things that make you as powerful as that. Because, you know, the dice just happen to all land in your favor. But I want to say it was something I had streamed. But I cannot for the life of me remember what it was, because there was a very specific turn-based roguelike I had played in the past like year or so, that I played it once and put it down because I found a completely unlosable position. And I knew it would be difficult for me not to just pick those options again if they came up in front of me, because they were so good. Tower defenses are another one that are very prone to the unlosable position situation. And of course, people can also make the argument that unlosable positions only apply until you raise the difficulty past a certain point. The kicker to raising the difficulty past a certain point is some games are... I don't know if they're designed to go to the max difficulty that they have. Some of them, I don't feel like their mechanics survive getting past that point. But, like, let's see. I've had situations in Backpack Hero where I literally couldn't lose, and I've only played that game for 20 hours. And I want to say one of the builds I ended up with that was basically indestructible I found within the first 8 hours. And it was completely repeatable as long as I chose the same things, which could show up decently often. There was a really important example I had, and I just cannot find it again. Yeah, that's the thing, is they're designed for people that have gained such an extensive knowledge of the game that it really isn't the same experience anymore. Like, it has become a completely different experience at that level of play. And that's not a bad thing. I need to point that out. Difficulties going up to a point where they become a completely different game can be a positive, but it depends on why that difficulty is as hard as it is. Like, that's an important distinction that needs to be made. Sure, grab that. Just so it keeps doing something. But, like, take, for example, just as a theoretical example, I'm not taking something specific as the example here. Your game, as its difficulty goes up, doesn't change anything about you, but everything you fight, say, gets scaling hit points in 50% increments. You will eventually reach a point, since you as a player cannot continue to grow along with it, that the hit point scaling will reach a ceiling by which it becomes nearly unplayable to break through that, barring one shenanigan or another that may be inherent to the system or not. It then means that the only method by which to reasonably play that difficulty becomes to use insert thing here, whether it's balanced or not. And that's the kind of situation where increasing difficulties cease giving meaningful benefit. Especially if you have a situation where the enemies are not getting any stronger in any other regards. Say they're just sitting there and they tickle you, but you can't kill them, and now we just sit here with this eternal standoff of boredom. Like, I've had a similar experience with some of the Borderlands games as well, I want to say. Things start to just get incredibly spongy in those games without necessarily becoming more threatening. They just become sponges that just make it feel unfun to kill them. Every now and then they get it right, every now and then they get it wrong. That one goes back and forth. But that's one of the things that makes this hit point scaling concern be in my mind all the time, is having experienced an incredibly slow slog through entirely too spongy enemies that feels completely meaningless and pointless by the time you're done. I heard a lot of issues like that with The Division, yeah. I didn't play it on anything other than its baseline difficulty, so I have no opinion on that. Though even on the baseline difficulty, some of the enemies felt a bit spongy. Yeah, that checks out. I'm gonna do one more scan through to see if I can convince myself on a raid target, and then I think we're just gonna pack it in. Because as much as, like I said before, I'm enjoying the conversation, I can't sit here and jaw about this all day. It's already 8 o'clock here. And I'm theoretically getting up relatively early tomorrow to do Enshrouded with Xeno, since she hasn't said anything about not doing it this week yet. There's no guarantee that things are going to work out on that score, but the hope is there. If it doesn't work out, I do have backups in mind already, just in case anybody's worried on that one. Yeah, you know, that's fair as well. The fact that you've kept going this long to keep this conversation going, which I appreciate. Yeah, a couple people have come on, but mostly people that I'm not used to. So I think I'll pass based on the energy I have left. Ugh. Important, nothing over here? No. Alright. Nothing I need to worry about at the moment. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Thank you for the good conversation to all of those who participated in it. I would say I'm sorry for this derailing from the gameplay so hard, but I feel like this was only a positive that this happened. And as I was saying, tomorrow should be Enshrouded as long as nothing goes wrong again. We'll see how that plays out. Saturday, I've got a couple things up my sleeve to decide between. You know, I don't know if that works that way. I feel like that may take away luck rather than getting it, because they probably curse you when you're trying to eat them. But maybe if you eat them by surprise. Worth thinking about. But yeah, Monday should be more Dead Island 2 with Cow King and Squid. We'll see how that ends up working out. Make sure that nobody ends up having a surprise thing. Eating kobolds will just make you more chaotic. You will just get real wild at that point. And yeah, I don't have anything actively planned that I can think of beyond that. So I don't think I've agreed to anything for Tuesday this week. Yeah, just don't eat me, because I have been proven to be less lucky than anybody would want, so I would not give anybody a luck. Yeah, I'm out of things on that one, so once again, thank you all for your time, and have a good night. I will see you tomorrow, one way or the other. Goodbye.